Welcome everybody. Another day of co-working. I don't know how long we're going to go today. Thank you for being here. We're going to continue our work on installing Kubernetes and Keycloak and using OIDC Connect authentication strategy and coding in Go today, and evaluating some of the existing tools for doing this very common login method and talking about the considerations for that. We talked about this at length last time. By the way, these videos, particularly yesterday's video, if you go to the end of it, it's got me sweating to the oldies, we're like sweating to 1990s music. And I apologize for that. I've got to start stopping the video and restarting it. This is got all of that in there as well, and absolute silliness and stuff like that people are probably not interested in, but it just makes it easier. As you know, it's YouTube, like producing videos for YouTube can take all of your time, and often I haven't been doing it, but I like the new habit of sharing some of this stuff on YouTube. So we're going to keep going with that. But once again, the standard disclaimer at the beginning of the video: if you're expecting some, organized, thematic, topical conversation that completely and totally agrees with what's in the title, you're in the wrong place. Go someplace else. This is it's co-working. It's actually, I'm doing some of this stuff on the clock actually, and the work that we do is designed to get to a certain few goals, but it's a lot of times it's discovery along the way. It's conversation. It's a very sort of designed for professionals who already know what they're doing. If you want to go do beginner stuff, you want to learn how to do what I do, or you want to learn about my work or anything, go into Twitch and use any of the commands there, or watch the beginner boost. All right, so that's the end of that thing. Remember to like and subscribe and all that. I'm going to put that down at the bottom for the other content if you want to see that. If you want to be notified of when I post these co-working videos, which I've removed mostly, for the most part, all music from, so that they can be put in the background, and hopefully you can even listen to them without having to watch them while you're doing other things. If you're in the car or something and you just want to hear the thought process, let me know. There are extremely long silences while I'm just reading sometimes, but I do try to read it. There's only so much I can do. My voice runs out. Okay, that's enough. Let's keep going. So the first suggestion from somebody in the Peanut Gallery, one of my favorite people in our community, is pointing us to something that already exists. Every time I go through this, just a recap of what we're making. So this is pinned in the chat in Twitch. You can go there. It's a shared resource. So we need to set up an OIDC provider. We're using Keycloak. We already did that as a one-line podman command to get a development cluster, to get a development provider that exactly matches what I'm using at work. So I don't need to overthink that. I wasted a day playing around with Authentic. I wish I hadn't. And so that's done. And we'll be firing that up again. Hey, you see people, you can come on in here and share if you want. We'll be setting up a local Kubernetes cluster using Kinder Minikube. We will be doing that today. We may not necessarily have to do that piece of the puzzle today. That might come tomorrow or another day, because we only need the OIDC provider in order to fetch the tokens and test grant type equals password and actually populate the kubectl thing. But in order for us to test the kubectl authentication, we're going to have to enable that in the Kubernetes. And so that will have to happen probably in order. We'll configure the cluster for OIDC Connect, test the authentication with kubectl with arguments. We're going to play around with different ways to do this, web-based, and downloading the config file, etc. But ultimately we're going to hard code it into Klogin, which is why I'm in the software category today in Twitch, as opposed to being in the science and tech category, which I generally will stream to because if I'm not coding. Determine where the TLS certs come from. We do have to make sure that our DC Keycloak provider has got signed certs, not self-signed. They have to be actually signed by a CA that is legit, and a root CA. And we have to figure out how to make all that happen. So the end goal is to get TLS validated interaction with the OIDC provider. So that is the goal. The goal is to use the standard Probably Red Hat package library for OIDC interaction. The current one that we have at work is a homegrown one we've used. It just uses HTTP, but I want to play around with using the built-in one, which means that we're going to be evaluating some of the open source content out there to see how it talks to OIDC providers. There are a number of packages out there, so that's going to be a part of it. There's actually a primary reason that we are not entertaining the possibility of using another binary. The single argument against that, and I've written this up actually. We went to this at length yesterday. I made some notes on it, so we're trying to come, like the one development workflow to rule them all with regard to doing Kubernetes development. So it's just to summarize really quickly, if you have multi-cluster environment, which you have these days, you have developers that have to develop for OpenShift, they have to develop for Google, they have to develop for GCP, and then for on-prem stuff, and every potential thing could be a different kubectl version, different cluster version, different configuration parameters. We had a pretty lively debate yesterday about whether to use separate kubeconfig files or to use separate contexts within the same kubeconfig file. There's lots of considerations there. I'm not going to go into that. That's yesterday. And then I did add to this document from yesterday something after talking with my coworker, that the importance of grant type equals password, even though it's been deprecated for the enterprise. And this is to provide LDAP-backed username and password authentication that normally would not be done in a web flow. We were able to confirm that currently there are no mainstream apps that provide entirely command line based OAuth authentication credentials in a way that would produce a kubeconfig file or a token that could be put in a kubeconfig file suitable to be loaded into the dashboard with kubectl proxy. And the probably the most notable thing is that OpenShift, it requires that you go into the login page of the dashboard, and we're not going to set up OpenShift today, but you go in there and you click on a thing, and it gives you an OC command. I don't remember the exact one, and you run that command, and that logs you in and updates your kubeconfig file, right? Google has a similar thing, except for it does it from the command line, and then it sends you to, as most OAuth flows do that involve a command line tool, it sends you to a web page and opens your web browser. Actually, it prints out a URL, and you click on the URL. There's other tools that actually open your web browser, which I prefer, but my coworkers don't. And it gives a URL. You go to the URL. It dumps a token. You double click on the token, copy and paste the token into the command line. And everybody who's here has probably done this before. And then that token gets put in the right place by the command line application. The justification for using binaries from trusted sources that do this is that there's an implied best practice here, and this is going to come into play when we start to look at things like this open source alternative kublogin and other binaries, right? So the security concern here is that if you are an enterprise, unless you have full access to the source code and can vet it all entirely, you're downloading a binary and asking users to install it or putting it on your jump boxes that literally, could have a keylogger in it and could capture the actual username and password, which is the primary reason, in my opinion, that grant type password has been deprecated, which actually requires the actual username and password to be entered, which normally in OAuth is protected, right? That interaction only happens with the OIDC provider service, and then the tokens are passed around, which expire and stuff. So the actual password to that thing is protected. In the old days, the password username, expiring password kind of approach is the way to go. That's the way you would do that. But modern OAuth flows don't do that. The problem with that is that pretty much every OAuth flow that does that requires a web server for them to log into to do it. That's what Keycloak is, and we'll be doing that. So, but when you add a binary onto that, right? Even if you can get around not using grant type equals password, it's probably not a best practice to have your users entering their passwords into a foreign binary that you have no idea. So encouraging your end users to download a binary and type your username and password into it in order to log in, and trusting it to put the tokens in the right place in your kubeconfig file, which it might get wrong or something. And to not impact other things that are going to use that same kubeconfig file, which is a separate issue, but still a thing. I mean, those are all very serious reasons not to use a binary unless you have homegrown your own binary. Okay, and so if you are part of an enterprise that's got thousands of developers or hundreds of developers, and you want to provide a command line, you want to avoid the web hassle, and you have grant type equals password, then creating a trusted binary like we're going to do today is totally fine, right? Because the binary is under your control, whether or not it uses packages that have or have not been vetted, which is one of the reasons we're going to do this. Is also one of the reasons I did not use a third-party package, because it would have to pass FOSS compliance validation and all of that. And so I actually just use HTTP, which is a standard library, as opposed to using some third-party package that would require, the actual username and password to be in it. That's the kind of thing you really don't want to trust. And so the first iteration that I wrote of our Klogin tool does not. Home grows just use HTTP, and even though we have TLS validation disabled, which I was not a part of that decision, that happened right before I did it. And we're going to fix that. We're actually going to add it today, hopefully. So that is where we are. Restating it for myself is helpful. It gets me back on mentally and back on track where we're going. But the creation of a binary that logs you in, that is used by your enterprise, that's controlled by you and the enterprise, that uses packages that you have vetted thoroughly for FOSS compliance as well as errors, so that it's not like leaking, using password information, is totally acceptable in a trusted environment. So this is something that you may find yourself having to defend against a security team, because they're going to be like, why the hell are you using grant type password? It's deprecated, et cetera, et cetera. And I mean, the newer tools like Authentic and stuff, they don't even support grant type equals password. It's been removed from OAuth. So there's that consideration. But for enterprises that have, far and wide, LDAP, Kerberos and that kind of thing around, they still have very valid enterprise business use requirements for that kind of stuff. And so use of something that supports grant type password is going to be mandatory. So we happen to know that Keycloak does support that. And in fact, that's what I'm going to do next. We're going to do a little bit of code examination. I'm going to go look at this one that we've got here. And I'm just going to get a feel for what these other tools are doing, as opposed to the one I've already written. And then we're going to go, we're going to fire up our Keycloak server again. I'm going to try to get the realms and everything set up properly so that they somewhat simulate what I'm working with at work. Although I'm not going to come anywhere near it. I don't believe I'm going to come anywhere near the RBAC rule implementations to enable users. But we need to do all of that stuff before we can even test a klogin binary. And then we'll be writing a klogin binary as well, which has one purpose: to update the kubeconfig file. That's it. And for now, today, we might just spit it out on the command line, right? We don't really need to overwrite or anything. The main thing we want to make sure to do this is it gets TLS validation correctly, and we get the access token correct and the ID. We understand what's going on with ID token and stuff. All right, so that's a kind of an exhaustive overview. It's very dense, but if you know what's up, then I think most of that will make sense to you. Somebody yesterday, by the way, who actually wrote Gangway for VMware. It's been deprecated, but it's actually worth looking at. This is one of the tools out there that already does this. This one, however, uses web-based flow and let me show you what it does. So this is one. It gives them either the option. So in this particular case, this is a tool. We're not going to look at this tool again further today, but I do want to just mention it before we move on. This is a tool that has no requirement. So this runs as a web service, and they can download the kubeconfig file if they want to, and they can just put it in their directories with all their other kubeconfigs, set the environment variable, and use to log into that specific cluster. But it also, it's interesting. I want to show it to you because it does show you the equivalent kubectl config commands that would be necessary to make the update to whatever kubeconfig file they are using, your default, which is in home kubeconfig. And I think this is interesting because one solution for this that's using the web would be to copy and paste that and to have your users do that every time your refresh token runs out. So again, that's going to make your refresh token timelines really important, because if you choose this web-based way of doing it, no matter how you do it, whether you download a kubeconfig, run an OC command, or copy the token into the command line that they're running with Google, all of those are going to happen every time the refresh interval passes. And for your developers, that can get really annoying, right? That's one of the reasons that we are entertaining the idea of a single login that does this using write type equals password, because then they just run it, right? Just run it from the command line, type in their username and password, hit enter, boom, they're logged in. And they don't have to log into each of them. In our particular case, we have 3 or 4 clusters that we use, and they can just log into a cluster at a time, and then it'll update the provider tokens inside of the kubeconfig file for that specific user using write type equals password flow. But again, we're not looking at the web stuff today. Today, we're going to focus more on getting write type password equals to work, as many companies do have, and I want to look at them. So let's turn now to the kubeLogin file, and we can see here that I'm going to go look at what libraries they're using for the OIDC integration. This is a kubectl plugin. By plugin, what they mean is it's a binary that can go in your path that they then can be used for kubectl login. It doesn't matter what the name is. You can name it login or whatever, and kubectl will find the binaries and just exec it. It's actually not an exec. It should be, but it's not, and it just hands off the call to that. So in this case, you would download the binary and put it wherever you want. This particular one looks like. Let me go through and watch this again. So I'm trying to find out if this one has a web interface. Yeah, okay, so you saw how it did that, right? It authenticated, you have logged into the cluster. Yeah, this one is actually using some magic that is not supported. So you see how it goes to localhost, right? We might need to look at this. So this is prompting them. You see how it went to localhost 8000 and then it reauthed them? Yeah. So there's something going on here that they're not demonstrating. So because first of all, you see how it's opening up the web browser? It's doing the thing where it says open local web browser and go to the thing, which my team has already voted out. They don't want to do that. I think we should do that. They think it's too big of a hassle to have it be. I might use this to build my case to do that. I still think that's, if we have to go with the web-based authentication, I think popping open, they would normally have it dump a URL and click on the URL. They like that method better. I don't. I think that is, I think that you should be able to progressively detect whether you're on a supported operating system. You can open up the default browser, and then just do what they're doing here. But it's kind of a minor detail. But I've seen lots of tools that do that, but my team doesn't want that. They want to just dump a URL so that it's cross-platform by default, and don't have to think about it. So that says pick an account, log in. kubeLogin is designed to run Client credential plugin. Yeah, when you run kubectl login opens a browser, and you can log into the provider. The kubeLogin gets the token from the provider, and kubectl access Kubernetes APIs with the token. Take a look at that one. I have the only way to make this work, by the way, is if you have, and they may have gotten around it, so I do want to look at that. This kind of thing normally requires you to set your redirection URL to something on localhost. So when you're setting up the application, you would have to set that application up to do that. And you see how it did that? It went to the authenticated thing and it grabbed it. So yeah, this normally does not work unless you're doing a localhost thing. But that's gonna be, I don't know. Let's go see if we got this. Run. Okay, so we run kubectl login, and it runs kube login. Well, yeah, that's the plugin handoff, and that runs kube login. Kube login requests a token. Okay, that it does an open OIDC provider. Okay. So this step number 8 is opening up the web browser, and wait, it does a token response. It can't do that by itself. Oh yes, it can. Okay, so yeah, it can get the initial token, but then it still needs to authenticate it. Oh, this is interesting. This has got a different piece to it. Okay, this is interesting. So this actually, it does the first part of the 3-legged OAuth stuff to the token response, and then the initial token response, by the way, is not enough to authenticate, right? It's just they then have to. I don't think I knew that the token came first in this. I thought it was a secondary part. I mean, I might be messing up my different OAuth methods. There's so many different flows. So this requests a token from the ID provider. It gets a token, and then the token needs to be validated with authentication after that. Interesting. Oh, no. I got it totally wrong. My numbers are wrong. I can't count. One run kubectl, then it runs kubelogin. This is basically what we want to kind of do, but we want to do it without this part. We're going to use grant type equals password so we don't have to open a browser. So run kubectl, run, and we're going to run kubelogin, and then we're going to open the browser. Okay, so it opens the browser, and then it says, hey, go authenticate. So I assume that when it opens the browser, it sends them to the enterprise OIDC authentication URL, the authn request, and then that would then, after they type all that stuff in, that would send the auth request to the provider. That happens in the background. That would authenticate, and then the response would come back, and that would have there comes the response. Okay, so the auth response would come back, and that would provide the so the browser gets it back. Now this browser is connected to a server. The kubelogin temporarily is running as a server. That's what localhost stuff is about. So kubelogin is using the Go library to run as a server. It doesn't look like it's TLS. No, it's not. I mean, it might be, but it doesn't matter. It's localhost. All right, so it opens up the browser at a local thing, and it acts as kind of like a service for stuff to do later. But the thing of it is that the browser, the part of that I need to figure out is how that they're re-authenticating the redirect URL, because normally the tricky part of this is that when you go to the authentication server, the browser has to be redirected to the authentication mechanism. Maybe they're taking care of that inside of the server process. That might actually be happening. Yeah. I mean, one of two things is happening here. If they're redirecting them to the authentication landing page for the OIDC Connect thing, and then the redirect is set to localhost, which would then open up this, but that would mean a very customized configuration of the Keycloak provider or of the OIDC provider, so that the redirect URL, which is non-standard. You're not supposed to do that. What the main question I have is, how do they get around that redirect URL? But that, of course, is not, none of this is relevant to grant type equals password. Grant type password just hands it off as token, you're done. Grant type equals password does not have these extra steps, right? So the grant type, I think, I don't know what the name of the flow is, but this is the basic one. The provider gives a short-lived authentication response token along with, it doesn't even give a refresh token. It just gives this really short-lived thing, and then the login process can then access the OIDC provider directly using the short-lived token that was given just for the sake of authenticating against the OIDC provider directly, and handing back the real stuff, right? The refresh token and the current access token. So with grant type password, the provider is set up to do the same thing as this without passing a token to it at all. The token being passed is username and password instead of a token. So in this method, this is why the browser is involved. And in this method, you have to go get you have to get the authentication token just to request the actual access token that you want to be able to use later in your application. And so then the access token request comes in, the temporary authn token stuff becomes irrelevant, and the whole idea is if any of this gets sniffed, nobody cares, right? If you use grant type password using it's deprecated, if somebody sniffs that, they can authenticate anytime they want to, right? This particular flow allows, short-lived token-y kinds of things. I mean, the worst case scenario, somebody would sniff the token request or the response here, and then they would just get, the refresh and access token, and that would expire within a day. And that has become deemed as a suitable security. And as I understand it, the original creator of OAuth left the project over that because that is not as secure as they would like. I may be wrongly summarizing that, but you can go look up the drama on that. Because if somebody gets that token, but it's still better than your grant type username and password, right? Unless you have like a daily expiration on your user passwords, which most people don't. Most enterprises don't. So it really has to do with how long all of these credentials live, because that is what is vulnerable if somebody gets a hold of it. So, and it all has to land on disk somewhere at some point, and that becomes a problem if somebody's hacked that machine. They grab the token, boom. So, or a man in the middle, blah 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 blah. So you get the token. The token then gets written, in this case, passed off to kubectl. But the way that is passed off, as you can see here, is through argument. There's many ways to get the token into the kubectl. The most commonly documented way is to actually execute the arguments on the command line that modify the configuration thing. But we don't want that. We want to have it so that file is generated. And that's what Gangway does. It actually hands down a completely pre-configured YAML file that goes in your kubeconfig that can then be pointed to through the kubeconfig environment variable, as opposed to having to update the token in the kubeconfig file through the kubectl command that does that. All right, so there's a lot to unpack there. OAuth and authentication is not fun. Nobody likes it, but you got to know it, right? So take that and put that in your checklist. And I'm constantly learning more stuff about these flows, but it's kind of sad that there's so much complexity because it makes the whole thing less secure. Things that are overly complex become less secure because they get implemented incorrectly. And so I'm just going to put a thumbtack in that conversation. But make sure you understand this if you're doing enterprise, get Kubernetes of any kind. I personally think the better way to do all of this is if I were setting up this enterprise, I would not do it this way at all. But many enterprises have the luxury of doing the whole thing from scratch. If I was doing this, I would use a solution like Teleport or any of these things that give short-lived SSH certs or X509 certificates, which can be used for SSH or anything else. And then I would use those short-lived certificates for everything. That's what I would do. And you can set up your Kubernetes cluster to use those things. And and as long as they're signed, and it doesn't matter if they got a fresh one, and then the token stuff goes away for the most part. So, and that, by the way, that approach kind of gets rid of the web piece. You don't need the web piece, right? Because the X509 certificates are designed to work anywhere, web or otherwise. And I'm not a cert expert, but initially on the surface, from what I understand, that looks far simpler than all the shit that requires a web interface, right? And you're always going to need to authenticate in some fashion, but these other tools, they're not Kerberos, but they are Kerberos-like in that they allow command line authentication flows, so people can actually put in their passwords and username from the command line, and they do not require a web browser like all the OAuth stuff does. My biggest complaint against OAuth is it's extremely web-centric, and it seems like we're always working around the fact that it was designed for that, and I hate it. I really hate it. So anyway, the token, kubectl, request a token, get the response from the API server. Yeah, and that's the normal flow. Okay. The most interesting thing about this particular code base that I want to look at is I want to see how they're getting away with this browser stuff without forcing the configured client to have a localhost redirect, because the URL that normally when you do this, like if you're on, say like you're doing something with the Twitch API, if you're going to add a new application, right, to register a new application with the API, so that you can use your command line scripts to talk to the Twitch API, you would have to set the redirect URL in order for your localized web server running within kubelogin on a separate Go routine to intercept the data coming back. And it looks like that's what they're doing here. So I'm super curious about that. We're going to go into, oh God, Windows EXE extension. First of all, let's just see what kind of Go programmers they are. But IT is pretty frequent. They're running, I'm just kind of, they've got, they have browser stuff here. I want to look at this package. Yeah. I haven't, this is the one that, Cheney had committed to this. Shit. Or Dave Cheney. I forget his name. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think of it. I think this might be a yeah. This gets around the concerns of my coworkers about using supported methods for opening up the browser. This is what this does. I have to remember this. I'm gonna come back to this later. That because then you're not reinventing the wheel every time. You're just using existing library. The question then would be is it FOSS? This would pass FOSS review right away because it's BSD2. In our company, it would. So Google Wire, Google CMP, Google JIT tokens, CoreOS, Go OIDC. This CoreOS thing is it's under Red Hat, but it's because Red Hat bought, CoreOS, whatever you want to call it, bought, own, whatever. So they are using the OIDC library that I need to do. They're actually using v3 of it, which is interesting. They have OAuth to CLI. That's interesting. It looks like this is homegrown stuff. OAuth to dev. Normal stuff. This stuff is all pulled in probably from Go OIDC. And the YAML API machinery client Go. This is all the stuff to talk to the API. And this is all the indirect recruit. I guess that must be a direct import. That's interesting. And then the terminal. I think this is. I wonder if they finally added the terminal-based library for all the escape sequences and stuff. I think they probably have. That must be what's in there. We can go look at that. They're using sync. That means they're probably using map, the new sync.map. I'm guessing. Why are they using OAuth2 directly? I don't understand that. It's probably to reference some sort of type, return type from the other stuff. That's the only thing I could figure. All right, so it's time to start digging into some of these packages, and see the rest. So I'm just doing some code review here. This is all open source so I'm not going to violate any proprietary licensing by looking at it. Yeah. Let's see. You need a 7 OIDC provider, cluster role binding, Kubernetes API server, kubeconfig. The kubeconfig looks like this, yeah. What? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What the hell is this? If you install via release, you need to put the kube login binary on your path under the name. So that the kubectl plugin mechanism can find it when you invoke kubectl OIDC login. Yeah. The other install message for you. You need to set up an OIDC provider. Cluster role binary provider, yeah. Keycloak is the one we have. Cluster role binding. Yeah, that would be in Kubernetes. And in Kubernetes API server and kubeconfig. The kubeconfig look like this. This is crazy. See, this is the reason I get kind of pissed off that the content of the kubeconfig is not documented anywhere. Because they're using an args that I have never seen before. I imagine I need to go through that. The problem is that if you even search through the Kubernetes code base, it's almost impossible to find any code that references how to use kubectl. I mean, kubeconfig. And I've looked at the kind of stuff and some others. What I don't understand is how they have user exec, right? Users name OIDC. They're suggesting that this is a kubeconfig file, and I have never ever seen args listed in the kubeconfig file before. Never. And see this stuff where you had to put your client ID and your secret in here? That's another reason to home grow your own thing, because those are the kind of thing that you can hard code into your binary for your application, for your enterprise. That's the whole fucking point of client IDs, is that they allow an application to identify itself with an API. So that's the kind of thing that's totally okay to embed. And this is my biggest gripe against tools that try to be all things to everybody, when in fact, a customized application of the same thing and having like a really well maintained high level package API is better. Because you don't want to have to tell all of your end users how to add the client ID and client secret into here, right? And I mean, I assume what they're saying is that you have to add this stuff to your kubectl, and that is not a good idea. Why the hell would I run a command that's going to require that my kubeconfig already be configured in a particular way in order for it to work? It's like ridiculous. The gangway one that I showed you does all of that and gives you a kubeconfig file to use, right? And there are other variations that would give you, the command to execute that's going to update your kubeconfig file. And then there's some that will maybe just give you the token to put in there. But, yeah. So the fact that you have to set up the client ID in secret and put it into your configuration file before you even get an authentication is just dubious. I'm not doing that. Yeah, issuer URL. That's the identity. And we still haven't addressed how that they're intercepting the thing. And I suspect that, there's Keycloak. After authentication, kube login returns the credentials kubectl, and kubectl then calls the Kubernetes API with these credentials. Well, there's a part of me that's interested to see if when you call your plugin, does kubectl have the intelligence to understand what type of plugin it is, and yeah, and to do the rest. There's a part of me that wants to know if the younger people in tech. I do go to boost. Yeah, I do the beginner boost. There's a whole series on what I suggest for beginners who are trying to get into it. Yep. You can read that. Go to skillstack.io. SKILSTAK. Actually, that's the wrong URL. Go back here. Go here. I got to update that. skilstak.io. And then click on boost. That's an old link. All right. So, and then catch up with us. We've only been in it 5 weeks, so you can catch up. We're going to go 32 weeks. Run kubectl get pods, blah, 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 yeah. So, after authentication, kubectl returns the credentials to kubectl, and kubectl then calls Kubernetes APIs with these credentials. That is not true. That's an overstatement. That's an oversimplification of what actually happens. You kind of feel, if you're on a good path, well, I mean, we talk about it kind of in there. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Kubernetes. Become a platform engineer. Keylogin writes the ID token and refresh token to token cache. I mean, we can talk about that more on the break if you want. We're making YouTube videos right now, so if the cached ID token is valid, Keylogin just returns it. Cached ID token. If the cached ID token has expired, Keylogin will refresh the token using refresh token. If the refresh token has expired, Keylogin will perform re-authentication. You have to log in via browser again. Yeah. You can log out by removing the token cache directory. Yeah, see, this is interesting. We had to make a decision about whether we were going to cache our values or not, because that information is not available in the token itself. Keylogin will ask you to log in via browser again. I mean, when you start talking about caching and stuff like this, you have conflicts potential, but that's fine. Keylogin will ask you to log in via browser again if the token cache does not exist. Starts over with a clean slate. You can dump claims of an ID token by the setup command. Setup. You could run this whole thing just by running the command itself. They're just indirectly calling it from a kubectl, which just looks for it in the path. That's all it does. OIDC issue URL. OIDC client ID redacted. You get a token with the following claims, and this is just dumping the JWT token. That's all. It's just decrypting or decoding the JWT token and dumping it out. Most people don't need that, but that's what's going on. You can increase the log level by minus v1. See, this is the thing I really don't like. You have to modify your kubectl file in order to use this tool. In other words, there is an installation step. So if you're going to install kubeLogin, this kubeLogin tool, you have to download the binary and get it in the right path so it shows up as a plugin. And then you have to configure your kubectl properly by copying and pasting one of these pre-configured things into your kubectl config for that kubectl that you're going to use, right? So if you use kubectl, that whole problem that I talked about at the beginning of the stream, where you have like multiple different clusters with different versions of kubectl potentially, that is completely, I mean, the foundational assumptions of this kubeLogin thing are fundamentally flawed. They're fundamentally flawed. because they assume that the users who are going to be logging in are, one, going to be able to download and put this thing in the right place to make it a plugin. Two, that they're only going to have one kubectl binary for the entire thing. Three, that they're going to be able to make, consistent, complicated YAML updates before they can even use the plugin tool as a login mechanism. And that is a non-starter already. This is, I might be able to get some ideas. I mean, particularly, I need to get good with using the OIDC package. I don't know how to use it. And I did it all with HTTP. And we need to go from there, because this is way worse than Gangway, and Gangway is deprecated because it's way too much work for the person doing the logging in. And not to mention the fact that they also need to know the client ID. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Key macro. So you'd have to. I mean, the reason that this is a completely stupid tool and I will never use it is because you are assuming that the developers who are going to use it to log in, one, know the client ID that's used by the application. I mean, there's no reason to tell your end users that information. That should totally be embedded in your application. And they have to do so much configuration just to get the plugin to even work. And then after they get it to work, then they have to put all that other stuff in there. Yeah, this is horrible. I would never recommend this to anybody. Somebody said, "You mean something like this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but this is horrible. This is disastrously bad." This is okay. So let me tell you how my current one works. Right, our users or developers they download one binary. Right, they download a binary and they run it. They can even double click on it if they want. And they download the binary and they run it, and they enter their username and password that is given to them through LDAP, and their kubeconfig file is automatically updated for them, and any of their kubectl commands work from that point on. The end. That is it. And there's no reason to force a user to do all of these extra steps. It's actually really stupid. I'm kind of getting frustrated by the fact that I allowed myself to even look at this, but it's always good to get ideas. Yeah. The client ID is public. Client secret. Well, you guessed it. Yeah. Yeah. The problem with I don't think we have a client secret in ours. I mean, even if you did embed a client secret, applications embed client secrets all the time. And you can change that client secret. The only reason you have a client secret is so that your applications can identify themselves to the server. That is not the thing that people are afraid of, right? You don't want to hang it on. Some people do. I mean, some people use the client secret for things they probably shouldn't be doing. But if your client secret is only being used to prove that your application, if I'm getting this right, I could be getting it wrong, but if all it's doing is identifying your application as an authorized application, and you still have the username and password authentication that has to happen by the user through the OAuth thing, then all you're doing is saying, "Hey, I am an authorized application." That's all. And if somebody did a strings command on your Go program and they were able to get out your client secret that you embedded into it, worst thing that they would be able to do is impersonate that application. But they still can't do any of the other stuff. Right? They could impersonate that application, and that's bad, but it's not like you're handing over any kind of login access to anything, unless you're doing something else really stupid. Right? Did I get that right? So in fact, I'm going to prove that right now. I'm going to do a little bit of my own research on this. Let's see what the internet has to say about this. Is it okay to embed a client secret and I mean, I guess it depends on the API too, right? Again, I think client secret is used for different ways of using different APIs. The process results in a client ID and in some cases client secret when you embed in the source code of your application is obviously not treated as a secret. Yeah, there. That's what I was trying to say. Somebody actually said it more succinctly. In this context, the client secret is obviously not treated as a secret. And that's that latter comment I just made. That's what I was saying. So the idea of a client ID and a secret applies widely to different APIs, not just OAuth and specific versions of OAuth, but specifically in the OIDC flow and the OAuth flow, the client secret, if it's exposed, doesn't put the application in jeopardy. At worst, it's like giving out a user agent and futzing that and allowing another application to impersonate the application that you've written. But that's it. It's not used for any further user land authentication of any kind, creation of tokens or anything. It's just authorizing that application to talk. And that if you wanted to hack an a middleware authentication service of some kind, knowing the client secret would be an essential step. You'd have to definitely get that if you're a hacker and you're trying to figure out how I'm going to break into this thing, which some of you are, I know, or anything like it. You would definitely you'd have to have that client secret in order to even do anything further. And then you'd prey on the fact that they use grant type equals password, or they did something else that was stupid. I mean, if you were going to do, I can imagine a scenario where you're going to do a man in the middle, and you would have to know the client secret in order to forward on the request. I mean, if you're doing man in the middle, you'd already have to have access to all that data being sent back and forth anyway, which means you could just sniff the client secret off the wire and not even have to have it in the source code. But yeah, so I forget I said that. All right, so yeah, certain client credentials or native JavaScript application without making practical public. Yeah, so this is just validating what I said. The first two hits both validate what I'm saying about client secrets. Client secret is actually not secret. The name is kind of a misnomer there. Particular APIs of OAuth 2. Yeah. Okay. So the client secret is a secret known only to the application and the authorization server. Right. Okay. And the reason, and let me just revisit this one more time. The reason that this client secret and client ID has to be put here is there's only one reason for that. The reason for that is that this kubeconfig tool tries to be all things to all people, to all applications. And I just want to restate the justification for making, there's two justifications for making your own, kubeconfig plugin or binary, same thing, right? There's two justifications for it. The first one is that you can make that application intimately identifiable to your login OIDC provider, right? Number one. Number two, you control the source code of it. So that would mean that, if you could even have it so that you could authenticate against two different providers. Like if you had multiple providers, you can do those kind of things. But more importantly than that is you control the code, so that you can do things like know about the access URLs of your clusters and stuff like that. In fact, in my case, in our Klogin tool, our tool actually has intimate knowledge of the contexts that for our given clusters that we already have. And so in addition to updating the kubeconfig file with token information and refresh token and all that stuff, that's the main reason. But in addition to do that, we also update the context section. So if the context section doesn't have, another thing that's really cool about that is that you can detect what the current active context is that they're using, and you can do things like just klogin, and it'll use their current active context as opposed to, having to do it the other way. Go sucks. And so that's the reason that's another reason to do your own thing, right? If you're managing a single kubeconfig file, maybe we talked about ways where you're not, but if you're using context to do things like that, your Klogin tool or whatever you call it can have, or plugin can have intimate knowledge of the number of clusters and the types and the URLs of those clusters. And so you can pre-populate context and stuff like that. And that means that your end users have almost nothing to do, right? Because after they run it and they log in, or they run, maybe you have an init action or something, there you can examine their config files, their YAML files, and you can update them with the information relative to your enterprise. And they don't have to do anything else. Normally, and I'm going to complain about kubeconfig again, because it tries to be all things to all people. It requires them to do something as stupid as pass in a client ID. Well, I can't even possibly imagine the hassle that would be to tell all of your users, make sure you don't forget to type this big ass long client ID and client secret. And they're gonna be like, but it's a client secret, I'm not supposed to use it, am I gonna get in trouble with security? All this shit that would go down with a large user base of developers who are just good enough to be able to do Kubernetes kubectl commands and don't have intimate knowledge of how Kubernetes works, are going to come out of the woodwork. So that's a big no there. There's a big no here. Okay. So that just, I was going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and take a break. This has been a fun review of this. There's no way I'm using it. I do want to look at some of the parts of it though. So for example, it's probably calling out to, I don't know if I'm going to look at somebody else's code, or I'm just going to go look at the actual docs. Oh, plus they're using Testify. Oh, God. Yeah, not a fan. So we're going to take a break here. And any other comments here? Let me just read one more comment here. A bootstrap that constrains your kubeconfig and installs kubelogin. That's what we do. Are we talking about a bootstrap script? You're talking about a script for the workstations? Or when they start up? You're talking about when the machine starts up during the day. There's some sort of bootstrap. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. That's a different fix to a problem that largely could. That's interesting. That's an interesting approach to it. Yeah, there's no way they would go for that here. No, because. There are advantages to that. That's like an enterprise business question, right? You could make it so that when they bootstrap their machines, assuming their images are contained. By the way, you couldn't do that if you wanted a BYO computer kind of enterprise environment. This is why zero trust is a thing, and because you don't have control of the startup scripts of any given device on the network. So that. I could see a pretty strong argument against doing that. I'm not judging you if you do that. I'm just saying I don't think I would be inclined to do that when I can put all of that in my application and keep it contained within my particular cluster login requirements. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a break. Here's a little bit of music for you. We'll be back soon. All right, we're back from a break. Tiny little break. And let's get going. So we already got our Keycloak server set up. So let's go ahead and start. In the last session before the break, we pretty much concluded that we're going to stick with a customized approach and build our own binary. And I justified that decision over the last hour and a half or so. And so now we're on to the next event, which is firing up a Keycloak instance. And we did this yesterday, so you can go watch that video if you want. To do it, I think I still have the thing up. I guess not. I'm going to close the Klogin stuff. We're done with that. The VMware Gangway, I'm going to close that too. I believe it was on the Keycloak site. So we are going to start up a Keycloak server in the local container engine Podman. And we are going to click on here. I really, really love Keycloak's super easy way to get a server up to run to just start testing. It's like really easy. I just copy and paste it, and updating configuration installation files. What I don't know is, I think every time I make a new one, I think it. Do we have a remove? We don't. That means it's probably opening the existing one. Oh, it is. I wonder if it's starting a new one every time. I'd probably check that. Yes, we are using the developer mode, which does not have a database. Apparently, Keycloak does have a Postgres database that it uses if and when. I don't know if it's both, but if and when you're setting up Keycloak and HA, but it does not have that in the developer mode, which is why we're able to get away with the single command, because we're in developer mode, and that tools like Authentic don't have that. So you have to use Docker Compose and pull the whole thing up and blah blah blah. So let's see something here. Podman PS. This should we got my standard workstation images on, and then we have we just have Keycloak. Now, what I want to know is, do I have other ones that I could have just restarted? And I think I actually do. Let me grab out Keycloak. No PC area grab. All right, so yeah, we actually do. We had the ones that we started yesterday. So this one is called Fervent Noise. I just have to remember that. I don't care about the name. The reason I mentioned that is because I'm going to be doing configurations to the thing, and obviously it'd be better to restart that one tomorrow than have to reconfigure the whole thing over again. In fact, for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and delete those other previous containers. Podman, RM, Jolly, Clark, and Priceless Jungle. So if you don't know containers and images, just know that you get a new container every time you run an image. And a container is an instance of an image. So that's the proper terminology there. Believe it or not, I'm relatively new to containers. I've only been doing it for about 3 years. I mean, they've been out for, more than a decade at this point. So let's, so we've got our stuff. And now we can go to our port forwarded 8080. Localhost 8080 has been port forwarded from Keycloak. I might turn off this. It's just so ugly. I guess we're going to try to keep it dark mode on. I'm so sorry. I do not have control of that. We'll go to the administration console and see what we can see. I have worked with the administration console before a little bit, but I am really rusty. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this as a part of it. Oh, somebody's lifting. And we're not going to change the password. We're going to use the plain one. What is going on? Oh, just getting notified about stuff. Okay. Let's do this. So we've got, I don't know the steps here. I'm pretty sure we have to set up a realm first. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and log into work. I'm not going to put my work information in here, but I'm going to go ahead and log into the work one and have the peek to see if I can get somewhat close to how realms are organized. One of the reasons, maybe not. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have to just figure it out. This is going to become an issue, though. We'll just do research on the internet, and that'll count. We'll figure it out. the reason that, first of all, I don't even want to look at my work Keycloak stuff. That's just a bad idea. And but what we need to establish is how do you configure your Kubernetes cluster to use Keycloak, right? And that is a highly customized thing depending on how your enterprise is deployed. And I'm hesitating here because the details of how we manage our Kubernetes login are definitely stuff that I do not want to share. In fact, I don't even want to look at it. Because because we really only need to have enough information to get a token, right? And then we need to use that token to log in some capacity into our cluster. And I should be able to figure that out without looking at how my realms and stuff are set up. And the reason I'm hesitating because there are several specific things that we do generally in the way that Kubernetes does their login based on what's in the token that changes what that user can do on the system. And I would rather not reveal that. So probably a good idea that you don't do that too, but we can speak in generalities here about how to make this happen. So let's actually, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's keep the code. Let's keep the Go code out of it for now. Let's try to pull up a Kubernetes cluster on the same workstation using Kinder Minikube. And let's try to get it to use OIDC Connect as an authentication strategy. And let's do the research on that without any, implication about how I do it at work to see what you would do. And this will be educational, but it'll also be, necessary if you're going to try to do your own thing. So I don't need this anymore. So let's go back here and do some searching. Setting up OIDC Connect authentication in Kubernetes. We could actually even go through and do it in Kubernetes kind. How to secure your Kubernetes cluster with OpenID Connect and RBAC. Okay, so this is exactly what we want. Now, this is pretty old, but this is from Okta, which is a pretty standard tool for this kind of thing. So we're going to go ahead and read that. And secondly, I'm also going to go ahead and start to get kind on this machine. I haven't installed kind here as far as I remember. Let me go check. Where is my terminal? Okay, here we go. So I don't think we have kind on here. I don't know though. I'm going to go check. Why not use a Kubernetes cluster in the home lab? Because I actually want to get good at bringing all of these components up in a script or with using Ansible, and not necessarily putting it on my home lab server. My home lab server is in the middle of getting re-imaged and stuff so that I can decide what I want to do with Firecracker and my micro VMs. And I don't know if I want to use micro VMs for spinning up, Kubernetes projects and stuff. There's a lot of unknowns still in the lab that's not quite done. And I also want to be able to do it from my workstation really quickly. So yeah. Yes, but I hear you. This is the first thing I wanted to do is SSH over into my, my servers over here. In fact, I started down that path like last week. I started like in the critical path of what I need to accomplish. I started like setting up my server. I'll do it on the weekend, on my own time, but I don't want it to hold up what I'm doing. And this, I know I'm kind of being verbose here, but this is on the clock. So I don't, I remember Minikube is closer to the real thing than kind. I do too. If not for no other reason than the host networking stuff. And it depends on what Minikube provider you're using, right? All of them are going to be using the Docker provider. We're not going to be using VMware as a provider. I have VMware. I could use VMware as a provider, but that would be really bloated. It might not have enough room on here locally. But I don't want this to take too long. So we don't have kind installed. I think, well, okay, so just those of you who are watching who don't know, there's lots of ways to run a kind of lightweight Kubernetes cluster on your desktop, right? and you know, the first things that come to mind are kind and minikube, microcates. There's a whole bunch of them, right? And K3s. What happened to the audio? Are you talking about music? There's no music if that's what you're looking for. Yeah, I turned the music up. And configure a Kube API server. That's where OIDC settings are with kind. Oh, nice. Let's figure that out. Thanks, LBG. So, yeah, I wonder if they actually talk about the differences between them. So the current goal is picking a on desktop, workstation based Kubernetes distro. And Podman itself actually comes with pod support, but that's not a full Kubernetes cluster. That's great if you want to test static pods and stuff like that, but that's not what we're doing. So yeah. And I mean, if you're interested, by the way, in watching me set up my own on-prem Kubernetes lab from scratch, including things like kubevip, static, load balancing options and things like that, and picking the best, CNI and Calico and all that. That look for things called home lab init. That's when I do that on the weekend and stuff. So, and I'm going to start doing more of those lately now that I'm not spending as much time, working on the health stuff. That's one of the reasons I didn't stream for a long time, is I was working on my health and putting that tie there. Kind versus minikube, what are the differences? If we can't configure the API server, let's just ask straight up. Let's just ask the question straight up. I'm actually going to add this document to my list of things. Let me go see if I have something on this. Keycloak and FOSS-IAM tool, home open LDAP OIDC provider. OIDC setup for Kubernetes Klogin. Let's look at that one really quick. OIDC setup for Kubernetes Klogin. That apparently you can use any OIDC provider, for example, GitHub and OIDC. This is old information. Bonsai branch. Yeah, oh God, I wish I would have had that, but no. So, yeah. Boy, this is really old. Look at that, 731. I love that I have primary indexes that are incremental, which means it kind of tells me how old they are. I used to use dates, but that wouldn't tell you when it was last updated. I need another note. You found one? Okay, so I'm trying to decide where to put this stuff. I'm going to make a new one. Let's call it... actually, I have a lab started for this. I forgot about that. Yeah, I have a lab started for this. So something that I do is professionally, I have a lab repo, and anytime I'm setting up stuff, it's a big mono repo. I put that stuff and those artifacts in here so I can go find them later. And it's a little bit of a problem because I don't always find the notes in my Zettelkasten regarding that thing at that point to the lab. So it's kind of hard having that knowledge in two places, but it is a way to, in fact, the authentic stuff, that's the stuff that we were just doing. And yes, so, and we ruled out authentic. I need to put an update here. Ruled out use of authentic because it lacks support for a simple one-line Podman startup variation, as well as any support for grant type equals password. So let me just put that in my notes so I remember. And let's go ahead and add another lab. Let's create a lab called Keycloak Klogin. Klogin. This is just my own notes, so it doesn't matter. I just want a place to put all these things that I'm coming up with. readme.md, and I can put related. So all these great URLs y'all are dumping at me, I can go put them in here. and dump them in my thing. Desktop containers for developing Klogin binary against Keycloak OIDC provider. All right, and any others? You know, is there something here? Thank you for saying so. Appreciate it. And let's go back to let's I'm gonna go find that URL and copy this guy, and I'm gonna go see what the links version of it looks like first. So we have that one saved. Okay, so securing Kubernetes control plane can be a challenging task, especially when a company grows. No shit. Keycloak, a Kubernetes API server will be configured to authenticate against user Keycloak on using OIDC. Another reason to use Keycloak is it's so prevalent out there. There's a lot of stuff. Apparently, there's a lot of information about how to do it. So yeah, we're gonna do the RBAC rules are gonna be a little bit tricky, and we got to make sure we can actually use RBAC rules in our version of Kubernetes that we're going to install on our desktop. Let's jump to Kubernetes docs and see how. Basically, the flow is described below. There is some configuration on the client side for kubectl to work on the server side to make the API server work and validate tokens. We'll talk about client side later on. The server side, we need to pass OIDC, SU, or URL. I knew this. Okay, so when we actually start the server, those things need to be passed, and we need to decide if those things can be passed to Minikube and/or kind. Otherwise, we can't do that. We can't do it. We'll have to do an actual Kubernetes instance, which is a totally different deal. Which means I either have to spin one up in the cloud or finish my cloud so I can spin it up here. Okay, so must be trusted by the API server, and this is important. We're going to need to make do. That's because Go does that. It's a great resource. Thank you for sharing that. Let's put that down here. I'll put that resource in my notes for the lab. The lab is available at rdbxrob/lab, github.com/rdbxrob/lab. All of these random notes and little things here will be there. So you can go there anytime if you missing something. So if you're watching YouTube, you want to check in on it. As Keycloak will run in the cluster, we need to generate certificates ourselves. See, they're having Keycloak run in the cluster. We're not doing that. We're going to run Keycloak as standalone in Podman. It doesn't matter because it's an external provider, right? If you're going to do this, you should probably put Keycloak in for HA. You should probably set it up to run inside the cluster with all its pieces. And that's a separate task, which eventually I will do for my home API server here because I want to have a Keycloak, a bigger Keycloak. But more importantly, though, I want to be able to bring up and take down entire cluster infrastructure in order to test different cluster configurations, right? Without necessarily using cluster CTL. And no, I'm not going to call it cluster cuddle, and I don't think you should either. All right, so create a root certificate. First thing is to do a root certificate. We don't need that if we're doing. Okay, so let's stick with the point here. We need to make sure that we can actually start up kind using an OIDC provider. In fact, I'm going to do a direct search with OIDC connect authentication. Let's see if we can, what kind of hits we get in our research. Using the links browser, there's all kinds of videos about how to do this. Watch the boost if you want to know, but it helps me be faster. How to secure Kubernetes cluster with OIDC connect and RBAC. We've already looked at that one. Kubernetes kubeconfig, OIDC based authentication. This looks interesting. That's a Stack Overflow. Oh, no, that's kind as in the YAML key. Yeah, not the same thing. Okay. OIDC connect using Kubernetes API to talk Kubernetes. I doubt seriously we're going to find this. Indicating users, authenticate users cluster OIDC. I think Minikube is going to be the option. We're going to find here. Authenticate Kubernetes. Are we going to have a TLS Nginx ingress set up for this? No, that would only happen if we put Keycloak inside Nginx. Inside of Keycloak. If we put Keycloak inside of Kubernetes. We're not doing that. Kind of OIDC. That's interesting. It's from the same guy who gave us kubeconfig. How do I set up Kubernetes OpenID Connect? How to set up Kubernetes OpenID Connect authentication using kind? This int 128 is the same person who made kubeconfig that we were just evaluating earlier in the day. So that's probably worth a look. I'm going to go ahead and clone that just to get a look at it. If you don't know about the GH command line tool, I strongly suggest you look at it. It's just good to have. I follow a convention of organizing clones from people in a repos directory based on the URLs so that they resolve properly and they don't have conflicts. I think we talk about it in the beginner boost about why to do that. Managing Git clones is a big deal. I've had like 5 different versions of a tool that does all that automatically, but I just use the GH tool these days. So GH repo clone, and we can just paste that, and that will bring it down and put it in here. A little bit faster than git clone. So we're gonna go in here and we have readme. This document explains what you can do with OIDC Connect. Authentication Kubernetes cluster using kind. What? Oh damn. Oh, so this is talking about running an OIDC provider in kind to authenticate against a Kubernetes cluster. I would never do that. That's like an anti-pattern unless you're doing it in a lab. It's for Kubernetes tool developers. Okay, okay. All is forgiven. You can set up an OIDC authentication by following the steps. Deploy an OIDC provider outside the cluster. Create a cluster with extra arguments for OIDC. Set up kubectl. You need to consider the following constraints. The issue URL must be HTTPS. You cannot deploy an IDC provider in the cluster because the API server cannot access any pod or service. It's the cluster in the egg problem. You see what I said? Cluster in the egg instead of chicken in the egg. Lol. The API server and kubectl access on IDC provider, same URL. Yes. Okta, auth 0. Somebody said the other day, why aren't you just doing auth 0 to practice your development and just call it a day? Because there's already an OIDC provider. You just go in there and fill it out. Because I want to get good at setting up Keycloak. That's why. So make sure you can access the cluster. Generate the CAs, run a container of decks. Ugh. Okay, so instead of using Keycloak, they're using Dex, and whatever is 30 using Dex. I don't know what their pronoun is. Create a cluster, client create a cluster config, cluster.dex. Okay, this is no. I mean, this is just for setting up a teeny itsy bitsy cluster to run the OIDC provider. This isn't talking about using the same kind as a cluster that's consuming from the OIDC provider. I assume it's in here though. Bind a cluster role. Okay, so here's the actual. I know he's just using kubectl. He's not telling you what cluster he's in. No, it doesn't say. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to follow these steps here, and we're going to use Keycloak instead of Dex. And these kubectl commands are here for us for setting up cluster roles and stuff. If you don't know about cluster role bindings, this is, the users that are inside your system that run everything. And we're going to, if these commands don't work in kind, then we know that kind's not going to work, and we try Minikube after that. Okay, so let's do that. In fact, this is, what's the URL here? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, let's add this document URL to our reference materials in the lab. So if you want to follow along in the lab, you can go look at that. These URLs will all be there. I'm not going to put it in the show notes because I'm too lazy. And so there you go. This will be committed at the end of the day. All right, so we'll go back here. Creating a kind cluster within our root server. Okay, wait. Create kind cluster with our root cert. Wait, what am I looking at? I'm not. Wait, I'm in the wrong thing. Yeah, I got two things going at the same time. Wait, what is this? Is this something different? All right, I don't know which one this is. I'll come back to this. Let's go back. I'm back here. Screen 4 is the thing. Okay, so let's assume all this stuff is already done. Kind create cluster. Wait, what? Oh, cluster decks. So that's creating the cluster for the decks tool. Set up the host so that the API server can access decks. Don't need that. Set up the host so that can access decks. No. Bind cluster. They need a cluster role binding for the deck server. This is still the deck server. This is the server that's going to be the OIDC provider, not the one that's going to use it as an authentication mechanism. Set up kubeconfig. Set credentials OIDC. Exec API version client authentication beta. Execute command. Why do they have that there? I don't understand. I need to read about kubectl config. It's got so much stuff in it. I don't always remember it. OIDC login. Oh, he's using the OIDC login plugin, which we are not going to use. Get token. All this stuff is from using his tool. So that, no, we're going to skip that. Make sure you can access cluster. So user OIDC cluster info. Kind delete cluster. What I don't understand is there's nothing here that shows how. I mean, this is accessing the, this is, the scope of this does not include the cluster that's going to use it. It's a cluster for supporting the provider. It's too bad. Yeah, that's not going to do the trick. It's not going to do the trick. Nope, it's not. So there's no such thing as reducted. It's called redacted. Oh, maybe there is a redacted. Reduct is to reduce. How to reduct in a sentence. No, he meant redacted. Bad spelling error there. It's okay. Let's just go for it. Yeah, that's nice and all, but that's actually really not relevant. I'm going to keep it out of here. It's not, because it doesn't show how to set up the cluster itself. And that was not what we want to create. Root CA, we have that. We're back to our search here for, we want to see if kind is going to work for OIDC as an OIDC provider. One thing to do is just do it and try it, see if it breaks or not. But I'd like to save time if I can find some information. A lot of times just trying it and seeing if it works is the best way. It's faster. OpenID Connect webhook authenticator for Kubernetes. That's a webhook. Webhook authenticator, that's totally different. External ID authentication from Kubel or no. I mean, it's going to be really, okay, fine. I'm just going to do it. So we're going to use kind. And I don't actually think I can use kind. Can I install Podman inside of Podman? I wonder. And do Docker and Docker? I think you can, actually. I think you can. And so what I'm trying to, because I'd like to use Linux as opposed to, the Windows thing. And then I have to set up my server. I'm going to try it really quick. I'm going to try it. Yeah. Worst it can do is break Podman installation. I mean, if this works like out of the box, I'm going to be super happy. But normally a Podman machine has to have a Linux thing, right? But it already has a Linux machine because it's running under Linux that's under WSL2, so I think it'll be fine. I am really crossing the streams here. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna pretend like my container Ubuntu image is an actual Ubuntu machine. Podman provider. He's kind of a Podman provider. Interesting. I'm just gonna try to follow the installation steps and see what happens. Install Podman. There we go. That's all I thought. All it was. Sudo. You see how much easier it was in the Red Hat version? But oh no, Red Hat's not bad. CentOS is okay. I fully expect this is not going to work, but I want to try it anyway. Maybe it would help if I spelled it right. No. Wait, did I not? People are like, this is a bastardized use of containers. They're not supposed to be persistent. Oh yeah, it's not going to do it. Yeah. Well, it seems to work. Oh, that's the signature stuff I have for GH stuff. Yeah, that's something different. That's fine. I can't find Podman, damn it. I can't find Podman. I'm gonna try one other thing. I'm gonna try the other image that I did. Really, I promise I won't spend too much time on this, but I just wanna try this. So we have another workspace image we've been using, and I'm gonna go use it really quick. I'm gonna copy the workspace image. I mean, to get to the web browser on the dashboard and everything, I would have to port forward certain ports and two stuff. So it's really, really unlikely this is going to work, but I'm going to try anyway. Did you put it right now? You found it? Yeah, my app upgrade is broken on that image, I think. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. Yeah. So I'm pulling down my other workspace image, which is more robust. It's still an Ubuntu image, but okay. So sudo apt update. Password is password. The reason is because this doesn't have a bunch of other stuff that I broke in the other one. So yeah, that's why I'm saying I did it this way. Sudo podman install. No. App upgrade. Why the hell not? This should take a little while, not too long, but upgrade and update are not the same things, by the way. If you're new to this stuff, we cover this in the boost, but update just gets the latest version of all the packages. The latest, not the version, the latest list of all the packages. Upgrade actually upgrades all the packages and is a destructive process in some cases, which can really ruin your day. So you don't always want to do it, but when you create a new container, you always want to do it because you want to get the latest version of whatever that container has decided to, or that OS has decided it wants to use. That's what we did. So, I mean, because it's Hyper-V provider, you don't even need VMware. Damn. Well, I'm gonna have to try that. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is trying to run kind of Minikube under Docker or under Podman, which you can do with Docker. I know for a fact. We call Docker and Docker, and you just use the same socket. But there's no socket in this Podman installation that I've set up. So, because I deliberately kept it out for security reasons and lots of other reasons. So I'm super curious to see what it does. It should be able to encapsulate the whole thing, but I don't know. We're going to see. So sudo apt install Podman. This should go in fine now. Now this is if my stream stops, then well, that'll be the test. It's like, can I make my stream get like really laggy? Because this is all happening on the same machine I'm streaming from. That's running WSL, which is running, there's like a million things that can go wrong here. So, I mean, it installed it. It installed it. Machine init. Oh, damn. There's no QEMU. There's no QEMU system. QEMU should be able to do emulation. QEMU's really good at emulating no matter what. So, very interesting. See, I have to, I mean, I am really out of bounds here. Installing Q in a container. I mean, who's stupid enough to do that? I am. Shit. I'm hot dogging containers. I really am. I just want to see if it's possible. I just was, asking questions. Just asking questions. What I'm trying to achieve? Well, lots of things. Right now, the only thing I'm trying to achieve is to determine whether Podman can be run inside of Podman. Okay, can I do DID? Docker and Docker. I just want to see if it's even possible. And it's kind of just a fascination because then I get my Linux command line. I can still do all that stuff, and I can set up my kind server and do that. Because if it will work, I can run kind within Podman as opposed to from the host system, And somebody was asking me why I'm not using my own lab servers. Obviously, that's the right way to do it. I'm just kind of crossing the stream, see what happens. So yeah, not found in path. So I promise I'll stop doing this. I know you're like, please stop. Please stop. You're breaking things. Yeah. I agree. I am breaking things. For the greater good. Can Podman run within Podman? It's Podman desktop. That's why I'm asking. Podman run documentation. No, has Podman inside of a container. In time to run a container engine like Podman within a container, the first thing you need to understand, this is a Red Hat site. I will put this document in our related reading in case you're interested in the lab, rdbxrob/lab on GitHub. Okay, so this was how these upstream containers in Podman ranking most of the source container to the Docker. Didn't Docker, but how? This is exactly what I'm asking. But now people also want to run Podman and Podman. Pimp. I learned a new term today. Pimp. It almost sounds like an M. I want to pimp. I want to pimp it out. I want to pimp out my host. I love it. Okay. Podman and Docker. Pinned pimp. Shit, Red Hat. This is D Walsh. This is a nice write-up. Thank you for writing this up. Podman can run in multiple ways, root and rootless. That's why I'm asking. You get the picture. The blog will attempt to cover each combination. Starting with some privileges, we'll start with a pimp. Nice. That's the one I want. And part 2 of this series will cover similar ground, but with the context of Kubernetes, which we also want to do. Container engines. In order to run a container engine like Podman with a container, first thing you need to understand is you need a fair amount of privilege. No shit. That's what I just hit. Containers require multiple UIDs. Most container images need more than one UID to work. For example, you might have an image with most of the files owned by root, but some owned by Apache. Container engines mount file systems use a system called clone to create user namespaces. Yeah, C groups and stuff, right? Isn't that what it is? For the sake of our... Ooh, a nice script. Okay, so they're making an image. Oh, I see. They're making an image in which to run Podman. Yeah. And include container SC Linux. God damn, I'm glad we didn't put that. Of course, they're doing it in Red Hat too. Shadow utils. Don't include container SC Linux and remove directories used by yum that are just taking up space. Of course. We don't care about space right now. So, add user Podman. Volume random containers. Share containers. This is interesting. So this is passing it through the host OS. That's the equivalent of like mounting a socket, I imagine. Okay, that's interesting. Add containers conf. Run Podman, shown Podman, home Podman. Did it not increase? Did it not create a Podman user? I don't think it did. I do not believe it created a Podman user. Wait, where am I? Damn it. Well, I have it in the thing, so I can come back. There's our Keycloak. Exit. And there's our Podman test. Okay. Quite a nice Docker command. It is. I do like it. Yeah, the problem is that this image that I made is not going to let me do any of that mounting. If any of that mounting and port forwarding is required to make Podman run a Podman, I need to put this to bed and do it another day. Because I'll have to make another image. And that, I can use the base image from SkillStack, but I still have to make another one. And that's what that Docker file is about. So, yeah. Yeah. In fact, I think I hit the end of the rope on that one. Because first of all, I just killed. Oh, wait, here we go. So, what did I just do? Did I save my? Yeah. Okay. I don't think I have a Podman user. If it requires that I have a Podman account created, it's not going to work. Yeah. Machine list, Podman, machine init, executable not found in path. So let's spend 2 seconds looking up that error and see if there's an easy fix for that. I doubt it, but it's worth a look. Wait. Create a research. All right. Okay. I was running the same thing I put a few days ago. My first time trying to install Podman. I still haven't set a brew, etc. Couldn't find a working QEMU executable. Couple of errors. We're going to read this really quick. I promise we're going to abandon this, but this is one of those tangents I was talking about. Following MIT. This is something totally different. Something from C project. Yeah. Wait, run the following command to install KVM additional virtualization management. Oh, it's kv-kvm. All right. I would have a running Minikube cluster by now. You're right. If I ran it on the Windows host. But I went and learned all this extra shit. Nope. Like, for example, I don't know how to install QEMU. I like knowing what packages it uses. That is a cool thing. That is cool. That's a lot of stuff. I'll just work more. This is the great thing about tech is you actually, it's okay to follow a couple rabbit holes every once in a while. In my opinion. I don't think you can, but I'm going to try. Until it breaks. That's why I like breaking things, man. I love breaking shit. I actually think it's going to work. You know why? Because QEMU has one of its many options, right? We installed QEMU-KVM. I think the QEMU-KVM package may not be the right one because I don't know if KVM can run within a container, right? But you can use QEMU emulation that just uses software emulation that doesn't require any of the hardware stuff. So if you can get QEMU to do that, yeah, QEMU KVM, exactly, the slowness. So in case people don't know, QEMU is not a hypervisor, right? QEMU is an emulator that includes, if available, the hypervisors that are available under Linux. And QEMU is also the fundamental tool, the fundamental piece of technology that enables Docker Desktop to work and Podman desktop, because especially on Macs with M1s and all those different, because QEMU can emulate different hardware architectures. It's actually the only way to emulate an entirely different chipset as opposed to any of the, hypervisor based virtual machines. So obviously using this tech, if this works, it's because QEMU is not a hypervisor, but we just installed QEMU-KVM, which is the hypervisor version of QEMU. So the good chance it's not going to work. But I have to know. Oh my God, you're gonna be kidding me. It's fucking downloading the whole image. It's downloading the entire QCow image for Fedora inside of Podman. Dude, I'm gonna blow up my system. Wait, is my stream still working? Am I still working? It didn't take too long to download. That wasn't too bad. Seriously, man, if this works, I am going to be crazy. We're talking about still working. It is. Oh, you're talking about the stream, yeah. Oh, damn. File already closed. That we ran out of resources. Yeah. I bet we ran out of resources. Yeah. My guess is that we did. And it's only using 17 of that. Check. Stream is not up. I broke my stream. I'm still YouTubing. I'm still YouTubing. But I destroyed my stream. I destroyed my stream. I'm so sorry. Are you there now? Is anybody there now? Is anybody out there? Okay, I'm gonna stop and restart the stream. I wonder if I filled my disk. I might have filled my host disk actually. Wait, let me restart this. It's back? It's still back now? All right. It was just lag then. It was lag. That was all it was. I knew it was going to happen. Of course I am, LBG. I don't want to take all the time to set that up. I want to screw around and see if I can run Podman on my desktop inside of Podman instead. It's a better use of my time than waste it on that. While I'm killing my stream at the same time. All right, fine. But I have to know. I just had to know. And here's another problem. 98% of my shared drive is filled. That might be part of the problem right there. That's probably from my video sources. Yeah. Let me just take 1 second to fix this. Videos. And we're gonna delete everything except for that, because these don't have to be here. Delete, yes. And it should give us I don't want to hear it. All right, back to like non-stupid things. Did the stream die again? Did the stream die again? No. All right, so you couldn't tell me if the stream died, right? You would be like, the stream is dead. The stream is dead. Oh, hey, we're down to 80% now, which makes me a little safe. Feels a little safer. I thought for sure we'd actually hit the space limitation. Yeah. It actually almost did it. It almost did it, but the streaming is just too much for it. I'm gonna try it one more time. And if the stream dies, tell me. Right? Tell me if the stream dies, and then I promise I won't do it anymore. I promise I won't do it anymore after this. VM already exists? What? Oh my God, it's running. It's actually running. Are you still there? Is everybody still there? Tell me if we die. You got to tell me, okay? All right, so think about this for a second. We have Podman running inside of a Podman. Yeah, I must have like no RAM left at all. Yeah, I can't believe my system. One, okay, is that good? Well, that's a good thing. All right, Podman. Oh damn, this is exciting. It's working. It's working. Podman. We'll start with something small. It -rm, of course. I mean, I assume this is going to work, but it's not doing it efficiently. Those instructions about the Docker file and everything, they're reusing the container images from the host system. So, you know, that's cool. And we definitely eventually want to do that, but not right now. Right now, I want to break shit. So, slash the shared mount, this could cause issues with messing mount those containers. Cannot set up namespace using new UID map. Oh, okay. So this is, you know, to be fair, they warned us about this. Okay, so. The answer is yes, you can do it. But I want to go through that whole tutorial, and I'm going to put that in a separate document, and I am going to make a note about that. I can't leave things alone unless I have a note about it. So I'm going to do that right now. So here is the Keycloak one is the main. That's the task we're at hand that we're supposed to be doing. So I'm going to actually make another one. I'm going to say yes, pinned is a thing. Podman in Podman. All right. And I'm going to put that link in there. I want to do that another day. I want to set that up. And the question is, should I set that up or should I spend that time setting up my home lab? I should spend the time setting up my home lab. I still want to know, though. I have to know. I have to know if it can be done. I have to know. Have to know. I do. Why isn't it that? There's a bug in my program. It's been there for a while. Yeah, it'll get fixed later. By itself. All by itself, it'll get fixed. All right, so back to where we were. Maybe it's time to take a break. So we got our Keycloak running. We're setting up the realms. We're going to do authentication. We were trying to get... The reason we did all this is because I was trying to run Podman so that I could run kind, which requires Podman or some kind of container backer inside of... and I think kind can be backed by other things these days too, right? So inside of another container engine, which is what we just have here. Or do I have to run it on my host bare metal host machine, which is normally how you would run kind of Minikube. And the RAW-BAD TV, that's just get bashed. This is Windows. So I don't want to hear your shit about Windows. I have to stream from Windows, and I am super happy that I guarantee you that this system would have crashed if I had tried to stream through all that crap that I just did on Linux, because I've had it happen before, and Linux is not good for streaming. You can do it. I did it for 2.5 years, but anyway. So back to normal. We need to install kind on here. So this becomes a question of, do I install kind or Minikube? You know, and then I don't want to go through that fight. So far, the peanut gallery here thinks that we should use Minikube. I have found Minikube to be more realistic. It has more of the components of an actual infrastructure if you're going to use it. So, but I go back and forth on that. Kind is much faster to set up. I think that Minikube is going to be... Minikube also has automatic port forwarding for its containers and stuff like that. So I think that we'll use Minikube. Yeah, I think that we're going to use Minikube. So, if for no other reason than the networking is transparent, right? So that means I have to install it on Windows, and this is standard stuff for anybody who wants to do local Kubernetes development and administration. It includes a load balancer. It has node ports automatically, has its own ingress built in. Kind does not have that. Kind doesn't have any of those pieces. So it also has a dashboard. Is the Minikube dashboard the actual Kubernetes dashboard? I think it is. I think it's built in by default. You don't have to do kubectl proxy and stuff, that's interesting because we are actually trying to simulate how to have our users do that. And if it's already there, that might conflict with it, but I don't know. We're going to find out. NVIDIA GPU support for machine learning. See, that's another thing that I was going to ask. That was not there before. I've been complaining about micro VMs because they don't have GPU support and can't do machine learning. And that's interesting. I haven't put Minikube on a thing in a while. So let's go for it. Let's go ahead and install Minikube on Windows or Mac. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. If you don't have access to the internet, having Minikube or Kind on a machine is very helpful. So you should learn it, I think. So, getting started. Yes, what you'll need. You need 2 or more CPUs. I'm already slamming my disk to death, but whatever. 2 internet container or virtual machine manager, such as Docker, QEMU, HyperKit. You know what's funny is I actually have QEMU on here, but it's running it's running under WSL2. Yeah, is that right? I know. You know what? I wonder if Podman Desktop uses WSL2 only and doesn't use QEMU. Oh, it must use QEMU and then QEMU uses WSL2. I don't know. We have to look that up. I'm not using fucking VirtualBox. It's horrible. I have VMware Fusion Workstation. I have all of that. I have this on here right now. I have Podman, but not Docker. Podman's right there. We're gonna try Podman. Podman support is built in, so I think we're good. Exe download Windows. Blah, blah, blah. Download the installer for the latest release, or if you have PowerShell. Yes, we do. Oh, whoopsie. What did I just do? Oh, I'm such an idiot. What the hell am I doing? Oh, it's Nimbus. That's right. I made a screenshot. Yay me. I didn't mean to do that though. I'm a spaz. Maybe it's time for you to look away. Don't watch me. I'm being a spaz. Administration, we have that. Wait, what? God, where's Minikube? We already did that. Kind, we already did that. I'm look away. Install PowerShell. Yeah, hell yeah. We are not bigots here. Install Minikube, right? I had to think about it. What time is it? 1:52. Okay. My brain capacity is going down. Oh, can we use Chocolatey? Fuck yeah. Oh, no way. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I swore. I'm not supposed to swear on YouTube. I swear other places. So, Coco. Yep. Install Minikube. This is awesome. I hope it puts it in the right path. Otherwise, I have to fire up another terminal again. Wait, what? Shnikes. This is awesome. Bob's Code, how are you? Let's see. Chocolate Detect, you are not running from. God damn it! Did I start the show without admin permissions again? No. I gotta remember to do that. I always forget to do that. It's one of the biggest annoyances of Windows. I'm not even kidding. I'm not kidding. So you do terminal. Yeah, this morning I restarted the terminal and I forgot to run as administrator. And then you can't do chocolatey things. You know, Coco, install Minikube, please. Pretty please, as if I had even more memory to use. Minikube not installed, an error occurred during installation. A remote name could have a resolved package at chocolate.org. You know what? My DNS is acting up for some stupid reason. It's going to work now. I don't know what's going on with my DNS. Yeah. Yeah. There it works. See, I told you. And my DNS has got problems. It's my router. It's not stuff that I have control of. I need to kick my router somehow. We want all. And I cleared up space with the video, so we should be fine. Set up command, but perhaps at some point it would be helpful to set up a Windows command. Shit for using Windows. Oh, that's a great idea, Bob. To tell him why I use Windows. Yeah, it's in the boost, but you're absolutely right. I need a command on them. I'm so fucking tired of justifying it. It's like to people who have no clue what they're talking about and don't understand it. So anyway, I get pretty negative, and I don't like getting negative. That worked from Bash, no less. Yeah, I just ran Chocolatey from Bash. Yeah, talk about crossing the streams. Also, it worked, and it was awesome. So I want to hear it. Just download a root. So we have Minikube apparently. Should we see? Yeah. Look, I'm using Bash on Windows. Yay. If you want to know why and how, watch the boost. Saturdays at 11. You're watching RWX Rob. I am like declining in focus. I feel it. ISPs have been mirroring their DNS registries to NSA. Maybe that's why. That might be what's happening. That could be. I could be being watched. I have said some stuff recently. Maybe I'm getting on a watch list and all my DNS is getting followed now. Yeah, it could be. I am not ruling it out. So yes, I'm scrolling because I'm in Windows Terminal. There's no pager here. I don't have it on right now. I probably could though. Actually, oh, you know what? Oh my God, I gotta try this. I have to try this. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, I don't know what TMUX is. Screw you. It found it. It's this DNS again. It's the DNS problem again. TMUX not installed. The packages are not found with the sources listed. One package failed. There must not be one. Oh, it'd be so cool if it existed. It would be so cool. Wait, where's... Oh, wrong terminal. Now I'm really confused. Well, I'll leave it up. Does TMUX run on Windows? Vimtux? No, fuck that. Terminal multiplexer. It's not hard to get your screen or TMUX closed. I told you I was random. If you don't like it, go away. Currently I'm using Putty. Putty's a remote tool. It's not a terminal. Everybody uses Putty. I hate it. Running screen on Xbox. I'm pretty sure screen is going to work. In fact, probably built in. I'm guessing screen's built in. Nope. It's not in Git Bash. That was sad. It's the old way. Connie Moo. No. No. Oh my God. That's so stupid. Don't do that. Sudo apt-get install image. Use it on Cygwin. I'm not putting that bloated piece of shit on my computer. Runs. I will do Podman and Podman, but I will not install Cygwin. Because I'm a hypocrite. So you might be able to get what you want using console 2 with Putty or Plink. Plink. None of these people have any fucking idea what they're talking about. Install msys and copy tmux.exe. See, msys2 is what GitBash uses, which was originally kind of a spin-off of Cygwin, by the way. It's a lighter weight version. GitBash actually runs that suite of tools from msys. Or is it MinGW? I'm confusing the two. Anyway. Let's see. Super Putty. There's a Super Putty. Or you can download Sigmund from sourceforge.net. Okay, next. What are we doing? I have to stay focused. I'm getting unfocused. I just want Tmux on Windows. Just run a container that, yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Okay, never mind. Back to what we are supposed to be doing. Minikube. Okay, Minikube -H. Ooh, we already did that. I forgot how to run Minikube. But we can do Podman and Minikube. Well, when we do Minikube, you have to tell it what it's being backed by. Actually, I bet you it detects Minikube as it was up. I'm gonna, I do this all the time. I'm gonna intermix my kind of Minikube commands because I use the two all the time. And plus, there's no completion. Actually, I think there is. I think there is. I think it's a Cobra thing. If it's a Cobra thing, it does. There it is. Minikube completion. All stuff has this. Minikube completion. See, I don't have a bash RC on my git bash. Actually, I do. Wait. Minikube completion. Bash. There we go. How many lines is that? 4,715. That is a lot less than 20,000, which it used to be. I'm not kidding you. I am not. Exec bash -l. Minikube. Tab. Nope. That's a fail. That's also a fail. My bash RC must suck. Yeah, it does. My bash RC sucks for that. I gotta figure. It's in my Windows bash RC file. Yeah. Which is getting used once and it's getting redirected. Minikube. Have Minikube. Oh, have Minikube's not. You're looking for the exe. Yeah, I bet you. I don't think it is. This is probably broken. I need to fix this. Well, I need to make my bash RC Windows aware again. It used to be, I used to have at the best bash RC, it would detect Windows Mac. That's what that shit at the top is. It would detect Windows Mac and Mac WSL, WSL, Mac, depending on what type, Darwin, whatever, AIX or whatever, and it would actually do stuff differently depending on the OS. Yeah, I ripped all that shit out and just said, no, I'm just going to use Linux containers, and I regret that now. So, I know you're like, why am I watching this? But you get a bonus today. The Zoc terminal. I don't know what that is. That's too cool for me. Type 1 dev null. See, that's why. Type. You know what? I shouldn't even be doing that. I should be doing command -v. That's the proper way to do it. You should not use type for this shit. You should be using command. I need to update all of that. I need to make it. Oh, damn. Look at all of them. Issue, change, type to command -v in bash RC. I had to add this because reasons. Yeah. Done. Now I won't forget. I mean, I won't do it, but I won't forget. All right, so here we have command -v. And what else do we have? We have paid for SSH client for Windows. Oh, that's silly. Command-V Minikube. Oh my God, I found it. Well, for right now, we'll just do this. Minikube. By the way, if you're doing the source thing, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, let me show you what I mean by that. See that source if thing? This is an old one, but see this right here? This is how you do a proper source. The dot is a shortcut for source. A lot of people will like cat that shit or something, and you do not need to do that. This is like a much better self-contained. It's a bashism, but you want to do this. You definitely want to do this. In fact, so much so, I don't have TMUX. This is what I was asking. I don't have to use Windows copy and paste. But again, we're on Windows here. I don't know if people realize, but we are. All right, so shit. Why didn't it do it? It's not doing it. This is weird. Do I have a completion enabled? Period. You know what? I don't think completion's been installed in Windows. I don't think it's there. Because I need the bash completion package and it's in Windows. Yeah. I mean I can live without it. But it does kind of make me sad. Oh wait. That is supposed to have type in front. No wonder. Blurp. Oh, I'm so stupid. All right, now is the test of truth. Yay! That's why you have git bash. Even on Windows, yeah. That's why we have git bash, and not WSL2. WSL2 is gonna ruin your day. You have to have it anyway because of Podman, but whatever. All right, so Minikube, and then I don't know what comes next. Man, I do not remember my Minikube. It's so messed up with my kind comments. I gotta go look it up. Nothing really. This is what I was trying to get at. This part right here. This part right here is nice and succinct and happy and the right way to do it. Yeah. Yeah. The dot in this case is actually source. If I had done the word source, it would have been fine. Same. They're literally the same thing. This is the piece that people forget about, and they still do exec, right? I see people putting exec into different pipe combinations, stuff like that, and I'm like, oh my God. You do not need to do that. You can just do this. Same thing. Better. More efficient. And it creates a file descriptor, and then if you want to know what's going on, that's what it's doing. Anyway, so we don't need this anymore. We need a Minikube so we can put Kubernetes in here. That's the whole point. I'm just going to do Minikube start and just use the defaults. And just because I kind of want to see what it uses, it's using the VirtualBox driver. No! Why would you use the VirtualBox driver? You better fucking not start up VirtualBox on this machine. Are you guys still there? Are you still there? I have to stop this immediately. No, please tell me there's no VirtualBox running on here. Oh my God. I fucking hate VirtualBox. I should delete it right now. What do you do? Uninstall. Looks like I failed, thank God. Oh, sorry for the cursing, Mike. I am so sorry. I know I'm not supposed to curse. I'm not opening my auto remove programs because it's got my authentication keys in it, and I don't want to give away my software to you. But I'll do that another day. Look what it's doing. It's defaulting 2 CPUs. How do you make Minikube default to something else? Make Minikube default provider. It's either driver or provider. I don't remember what it's called. Minikube start, help persistent, configure Minikube allows persistently store new values. Minikube start, config set driver. There we go. I got that answer pretty fast, huh? Are you impressed? No, Rob. Minikube. I don't remember. Minikube. Config set driver podman. Oh, look. Other choices, SSH or podman. Is SSH a driver now? Damn. Can I say damn, Mike? Is that okay? That's not a swear word to me. Damn in hell. Especially since it's the name of a town, Hell's Kitchen. That is a tough series to watch, by the way. These changes will take effect upon a Minikube delete and then Minikube start. Oh. Alrighty. Gotcha. I love your use of emojis. Your willy-nilly use of emojis. Damn. It does not look like it worked. I would suggest creating using the VirtualBox driver, which is incompatible and requires a podman driver. Delete the existing Minikube cluster using Minikube delete. Okay, if you say so. All right. Start. No, denied. Using rootless podman driver. Container runtime must be set to containerd or Creo for rootless. We're going to use containerd versus Creo, even though containerd is still managed by Docker, which still worries me, man. Is that still true? Does anybody know? If you would say dang and heck instead, I can say that. I like dang and heck. I like dang and heck. I'll say dang and heck from now on. I'm really sorry. Tell your grandma I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a foul-mouthed sailor. Is it CNCF now? Did I get moved? 20. What am I confusing? Am I confusing it? Are you sure? Am I confusing Docker? See, I could have swore that was under management from. Right, of my internet. She's a huge fan. I'm sure. Thank you for that blatant lie to make me feel good. 100% positive. Of course you're positive. I've learned my lesson. Don't say "Are you sure?" to Tony Fall. What is the one that Docker still manages? It's not Docker CE. It's something else. All I remember is that there are packages that are still under the Docker's namespace somewhere for containerd. And have I tried Hyper-V? No. I don't think I have Hyper-V. Moby, I honestly can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. I vaguely remember that Docker is still over one of the free central container engines, and I want to avoid it like the plague. I don't want anything to do with Docker, and I've been pretty mean about how I talk about Docker lately. If you work for them, I'm sorry. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the company. I know, but it's interesting. It didn't detect it though. That's why I'm questioning it. LBG. See, it gave me this like nice, happy thing here, and it said, "Yo, we've got all these other drivers over here that you can use," and it did not detect Hyper-V. You know what I'm saying? So let's try this. Let's try Minikube. Delete. And I know, but the point I make is that it, in the helpful little log output, it listed all the other ones that it supported, and it didn't put Hyper-V there. Right. I mean that I know, right? So, but the part that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I think Hyper-V is disabled on this machine. I turned Hyper-V off so I wouldn't get WSL on here. You know what? Actually, everything down with someone left. Yeah, that's when the blog Docker is Dead was written. It was really controversial. So yeah, okay. So let me say about this machine that I'm using. So when I ripped out WSL2, I also disabled Hyper-V in the kernel again because I didn't want it, and which makes me immediately wonder what the WSL that was installed with Podman is using. It's obviously not using the Hyper-V accelerated one, for better or worse. And that's probably why Hyper-V didn't get detected with Minikube. So, because I imagine it's not been disabled in the kernel, not been enabled in the kernel. Well, I guess so. Let's see. Exiting due to provider not running. Yeah. Hyper-V requires administrator privileges. Oh. Well, I have that. It'll definitely be faster, right? Hey, where's my other terminal? I got two of them. Don't I? I thought I had two terminals. I thought I had two. Maybe not. Maybe it said. This is more of Docker than Containerd. Does it? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, Docker compat. Interesting. Well, what are you going to do? Not use it, I guess. Where's administrator? Pod, wait. Minikube. S- driver. Hyper-V. Start. Damn. I mean, dang. Dang. Yeah. That's what I expected because I disabled it. Yeah, I disabled it in the kernel. So, yeah. Yeah, Containerd is what we use at work. By the way, you know what I found out about Creo? If you use Creo, you can't use any Docker-like command on the endpoint because Creo you have to use creectl or whatever, and creectl only allows you to deal with pods. So you have to turn your containers into a pod before you can do anything on them locally. And if you want, which you probably shouldn't, but if you want to do anything with monitoring container engine on those nodes, you can't do that. Containerd you can. That actually was the single most important factor in our decision to keep Containerd, because we already have a workflow where people are regularly debugging the container engine using Podman or Docker on the endpoint, and they can go out there and they can get information. They can inspect containers and stuff like that. Literally an implementation of Kubernetes CRI. I know that is all it is. So if you, for example, if you want to do like Docker inspect or something like that on a container that's running on a node, and you want to go completely outside of the Kubernetes ecosystem, even though it's a Kubernetes pod that's running on a container, you can't do it with Creo. You can't. creectl. You can't. creectl doesn't do it. creectl does not. I wish it did. I looked at that very extensively. I actually use it quite a bit, and creectl does not have the same commands. You can't fire up new ones. You can't run new ones. No, you can't. They have to be pods. They have to be pods. I promise you. So yeah, that's a big deal. I really wish it were true. I wish it was true. Because what they did with Creo and creectl is they did the minimum necessary to talk to the CRI stuff, and they didn't add in the other commands from Docker and Podman that you're regularly used to using. They're not there. They're not supported. If you use Containerd, those commands are supported, and you can actually use Docker and Podman on those nodes to get to the container engine. Yeah. I know you should never manually run container nodes on anything, but if you want to, you just inspect Kate's pods and containers. Yeah, I mean you can probably, okay. That, to be fair, creectl probably lets you inspect them, and I picked out inspect as one of the commands that we're going to do. But there are other commands you might want to do that you cannot do. It was creectl. Can we agree on that? I'm sorry. I didn't check inspect. Inspect is probably available to creectl, I imagine. Sounds like it is from what you're saying. But there are other commands that you're familiar with in Docker, not just spinning up a new container, but other ones that are not there. They're just not supported. And if you do containerd, they're all supported. Yes, it is more complicated. Yeah, you have to like wrap them up into some other thing and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's good. I'm glad we got that out, that settled. This is cool. I'm glad I listened to you, LBG. You told me to do Hyper-V here, and the fact that there isn't even a Hyper-V driver was unknown to me until very recently, today actually. So the reason this is not working, as I said before, is I disabled Hyper-V in my kernel because I don't know, I was perhaps overzealous in not wanting to have WSL2, which leaves me wondering what WSL2 is using if Hyper-V is not enabled. I mean, it's going to be a slower WSL2, I would imagine, right? Because it's not got the OS. Hyper-V, I mean, QEMU just works around whatever it has. It uses type 1 or 2 or whatever. So, Hyper-V PowerShell module. It gave you a command to install it. So is it only the PowerShell module? Huh. I wonder if that's the only reason, I mean, I still think it's not going to work because I swear to God, I turned it up. You know what? It might have got turned on again in some way that I am unfamiliar with. It might have. I don't know. We'll find out. Suggestion. Am I not running from an admin? Am I not running as admin? Microsoft Hyper-V. A feature made. Microsoft Hyper-V. All is unknown. It must be a Windows 11 thing. Windows PowerShell. Am I in my admin terminal? Yes, it's in my admin terminal. What did I type wrong? Did I type something wrong? A suggestion: run. And it was optional Windows optional feature online feature to Microsoft V tools all. Yeah, this is the thing that turns Hyper-V back on. And I don't think I want that on, actually. That's going to make me reboot anyway. Yeah, it is. I know it is, but I don't want it. Yeah, and this is actually, I don't think the PowerShell command is available on Windows Home. I think that might what you might have. Yeah, and for home, I think I have to actually open the thing and click on the button, and I don't want to do that. So, but it's good to know that we can do that, right? So I'm going to use the default driver, which I have already set. We can go ahead and delete this minikube. And we're going to do minikube start. Now, this should use the Podman one. Now, it might be slower, but we'll figure it out. And it's also using all the defaults. Using Podman, which is experimental, apparently, based on user configuration, using rootless Podman driver. We need to set the container driver. Interesting. Exiting due to, okay, so minikube, delete. And we'll do minikube start. Container runtime. Container D, which we should probably set as a default. Can you do that? What did I do for the other stuff? I could have swore I had something I did there. Wait. Oh, this is the administrator one. Yeah. Yeah, let me look at some. Yeah, I think I can get away with not using this as administrator anymore. So let me close out my administrator terminal so I don't get confused. I normally start up my terminals as administrator, but that one's not. So anyway, this is where the default command is. It's in my history over here somewhere. I just did it. I swear to God. There it is. Config set driver podman. Set. I'm taking a guess here. Container runtime. Container D. Yeah. And then minikube delete, minikube start, and we should have Kubernetes running on our local machine. Wow, that was 420 megabyte image. That's not small. Not yet implemented. Whatever that means. 2 CPUs. I might stop streaming here. Hello, check 1 2. If that hasn't happened already. Yeah, I mean, we got all kinds of shit running. I mean, stuff running over here. We have a lot of stuff running here. So, yeah, I mean, we've got, you know, a couple Podman containers already, and then we've got 1 2. Thank you. Yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna run out of memory. Stopping node minikube. Whoa. It doesn't have enough resources. I'm not gonna do this. It doesn't. There's no way it has enough resources. Wait, wrong host. Because I'm also running, this container is running Keycloak, which is Java. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to take my weekend and set my lab up. Yeah, because there's no way we're going to have the memory for this. Because I'm going to be running, let's do the math here. Let's go back to our diagram. I'm sorry that I wasted everybody's time. But let's do the math here. I like to push the boundaries of what can be done locally, because that is, as a developer, that's very useful. That's where our fluff came from. So let's go back to our diagram really quick. So we have an OIDC provider, Keycloak, which is running, even though it's in dev mode, we're running Keycloak, and that's running a container, which is, locking down. We could never do this with VMs because that would really lock down memory. But this is sharing memory with everybody else, and we have to make sure that it's also sharing memory with my streaming stuff and every tab that I have open. And, my random music. And why am I running Discord? Close. Discord's kind of a pig. And then I'm trying to run minikube, which is going to have to run. And then we also have WSL2 running in order to run the container engine for Podman. So there's a lot of stuff on this machine, and I'm also trying to stream from it. So I think I have to take a break and regroup. Let me see if I can even, we really don't need a big cluster. It doesn't even have to have multi CPUs, frankly. So let's try that one more time. And if we can't tune down the memory constraints on that cluster and everything, we're talking about a single node cluster, right? That's all we need to set up for the authentication if it will work. So we might be able to tune down the default cluster for minikube and get it to work. And if not, that'll, we'll just write it off and I'll stop streaming. I'll go set up the lab and I'll put that on my network, and we'll go through all that installation over there. I don't want to do that because I want to reimage those machines with Red Hat Enterprise and stuff. So yeah, let me think about this for a second. So again, we have this is a running container already. This is our other container. Is that the only two? I thought I had more than that. Oh no, I just killed it. Okay, so we're gonna start up a new Git Bash terminal, and we'll try minikube. Did it save the defaults? Minikube. I gotta learn all this stuff. Minikube. That's all available. That's what I did. It didn't work. Minikube config list property name. Edited MK usage. is it view? What is this then? Display current value set and make you configure well. All right, there we go. Thanks. I did the minikube config defaults. I did it like 5 times. That's why I'm confused. See? Nothing. That's a bug. That is not on me. View works. So that's a bug. We're not going to run rootless, so we don't need that. Let's see what we can change here. I am actually going to make my memory lower. See, I wanted to look at where the memory was. Incomplete tool. Smells like a framework. I mean, I understand where that feeling is coming from. Property name when you see the default value. Oh, it doesn't imply that in the instructions. But, okay. So, I think that's a bug in the documentation. I think this is total lie. List all values valid. List all valid default values for property name. So, okay, here we go. Config defaults memory. Still nothing. It's just some kind of value between. Hey Raiders, what's up? Defaults driver. I want memory though. Memory is not a valid option for defaults. What is? Accessible tools drivers or Kubernetes version. All the valid default values for property name. That doesn't help me at all. Driver and Kubernetes version. So I guess we could probably do this. Driver. Okay, so that interface does not make any sense. We are making local Kubernetes cluster. Yep. To test Keycloak for OIDC authentication. So I have no idea what the hell this is. What I want to look at is I want to look at the default value for memory, and I don't know how. Minikube, look up default memory config. Basic configuration, Minikube configuration, flags interface. I want to look at what the default is. Config set driver, hyperk, we did that. Config view. Doesn't show you the defaults though. Not seeing it. Not seeing it. Anybody got anything? Yeah. Yeah, it's 7 million devs. I want to turn it down, but I want to know what the standard value, default value is. This is not a hard thing to want to do. All right, so what is, I mean, this will show you my current values, but I want to know what the current default value is for memory. How come I can't find that out without starting one up? Minikube start. And it's going to tell me, wait, is it downloading it again? Why? It already had one. Sorry, control plan Minikube and cluster mini. Kubernetes forever. There is no such thing. Restarting existing Podman container for Minikube. Podman start Minikube exit status 12. The devices, let's see, no container with name Minikube found. Execute guest provision, error provision guest failed to start host driver start. Podman start Minikube exit status 125. That's because it couldn't make the container in the first place. Pulling image. Error downloading kit artifacts not yet implemented. What the hell does that mean? Is it because Podman's experimental? Yeah, that's what's up. Is it get memory? Thank you, Portia. That's exactly what I was looking for. Minikube. Config get memory. Grumble. This is we're trying to use an experimental driver for Minikube. It's not working. It doesn't support Podman. And that makes me sad. The reason this makes me sad is because I have a feeling that Minikube and Kind are not going to have good support for Podman. And because, Docker's the thing. I was hoping that it changed. It looks like no. So, Minikube delete may fix it. Okay, fine. Minikube delete. It's having a problem because it can't get. Now that might be my DNS problem. I just can't pull the cluster. But no, we already did that. I already pulled it down. It failed to start host. Sorry. Removing Minikube machines. Let me try one more. I mean, I thought it was a memory constraint, but apparently not. Is it faster to a Podman driver? Yeah, that's what I think. Probably. It does say experimental, to be fair. So this is where I would expect it to fail, but this is what I think. Error downloading kit artifacts not yet implemented. C issue, whatever. It still tries to make one though, so I don't understand that. That means does this mean it's missing some major part of its head? I suspect that's what's going on. And this is just a timeout at this point because it can't do anything because the file's not there. It's probably another Go routine waiting around for the other one to arrive, which it's not doing. Either that. Stop. No, Minikube. I see. Yeah, it's a timeout. I thought it was because I was over allocating, but I think now that it's this error right here, and we're kind of done. Kind does work. Isn't it funny that I was going to do kind first? Yeah. But the problem is kind's not going to have the authentication methods in it. I mean, it should because it's supposed to be able to test all that stuff, right? Minikube. I wonder if this will even work. I'm going to have to admin firms. Damn it. Can I find command register these? Damn it. I've never done this, so that's why I'm curious to see. Install. The whole reason to use something like Chocolatey is the ease of use. Shortcut commands like install or cup. I guess it's not running, right? If I delete it, it should not be leaving it around. I mean, it really shouldn't, right? Palm PS. Keycloak still running. That's nice. Okay. Kind it is. Kind it is. Let's take a break. When we come back, Minikube is still shitty. Look, I don't like saying that, okay? It's a constant battle back and forth between whether to use Minikube and Kind. And apparently Kind is going to be the way to go. We don't know that yet. I mean, if Kind doesn't work, if I can't get Kind to use as a Podman driver, then it's going to be time to fire up my thing, run, install Red Hat Enterprise on there, which I want to start using. And I'm going to see if I can actually run an Enterprise on a home lab. I think I still can pull that off. And then if that is the case, then we'll actually properly install this shit on a server that we've SSH'd into. Sorry for the swear word. All right, it's time for a break. Let's do some relaxation techniques, including drinking wine. Talk to you in a bit. Okay, we are back from the break. Hey, Potato. And we've had a little bit of an espresso. It's all gone now. And we are shifting gears over to Kind. So Kind and Minikube are neck and neck. They are the two most popular, most used local Kubernetes small single node clusters. And why would you ever want to do that kind of thing? Because you want to test. In fact, the difference between Kind and Minikube in a nutshell is that Kind was created specifically to test the Kubernetes codebase. And Minikube, I believe, is a project that came out of the Kubernetes project to help beginners. I don't use PyCharm. I use command line. Minikube does the same thing, but it wasn't specifically built for that. You're gonna get. I mean, there's lots of opinions in the chat right now, as well as in the industry. In fact, if you do a search for Kind of Minikube, you'll see tons of videos and blogs. Definitively, citing the merits of one or the other. I have flip-flopped. They call me Flip-Flop Rob for lots of very valid reasons. And one of them is on this kind of thing, I've gone back and forth between Kind and Minikube over and over again. It doesn't have to be either or, right? It's usually one is better. And we started this exercise, and we lost about an hour on it. Doing Minikube, actually, before that, we were playing around with the Podman stuff with Kind, but... We lost some time with Minikube. My experience, and I am still a noob at all of this stuff. I feel everybody feels like a noob at this stuff, but is that Minikube is generally better at doing networking stuff, right? So it's really better at port forwarding and just doing the right thing when it comes to like making. It has an ingress in it, and it has all that stuff. Kind does not have that, as far as I know, right? So Kind kind of stands out of your way, and it's like, hey, I'm just going to do the bare minimum. If you want an ingress, you're going to have to install that and configure it. And Minikube has that, along with a bunch of defaults for assuming that you're going to want to talk to the thing, right? You're going to start up some node port or whatever, and it's just going to do the right thing when you go to it on your local web browser on your machine. Kind doesn't, if I remember right, Kind does not do that as well. You actually have to explicitly forward stuff, and it's a little bit more configuration and stuff like that. But honestly, the only thing we care about right now is we want to make sure that you can use the OIDC Connect provider. So we can test our Keycloak configuration options. So that's the purpose of this. So, and a lot of people out there are saying, why don't you just do this in the cloud or spin up one of these, test scenarios that's got it all set up for you in advance? The reason for that is because I don't just want to learn it. I want to create a way to script the bringing up of all of those pieces, which I could do with Terraform in the cloud and pay money. Yes. But I want it specifically to be local. And if this doesn't work, the next thing will be for me to actually punt and go actually set up my server and run a micro VM and do it all properly. And if we do that, none of this is going to be a problem, because this stuff should all work really, really well, whether or not we use kind or otherwise. But I can tell you right now that if I go down the route of setting up my Kubernetes cluster, my actual Kubernetes cluster, that I will get sucked into the rabbit hole of setting up my own on-prem thing. And I already started doing this last year in Ansible. I'm not going to use Terraform for that. I'm going to try to use Ansible to bootstrap cluster. I'm not opposed to people who do that way, but so if that happens, then that's going to suck me into setting up my own Kubernetes cluster and setting up, ingress and all that jazz, and that's great. I'm going to do that on the weekend and on my own time, but for right now, I just want to get TLS validation working in my keylogin tool, and so I want to do the minimum. Now, honestly, what I should be doing is writing this code and testing it against our dev cluster that's already set up, but I'm taking the extra time and steps to see what it would take to run it in kind, because I personally strongly believe in localized development where possible, and a lot of people disagree. They think it should be cloud-based and stuff. But all right, so here we go. For the next hour, we're going to try to get, the goal here is to get kind to work with OIDC Connect. It creates VMs running K8s in different containers is way different hackish and real cluster. Absolutely. I do like that Minikube does create VMs, and if you have a VM engine on your machine, that's a good idea. Yeah, in fact, I still have VirtualBox over here. I could actually probably do that. Hey, Shards, I could probably actually do that if I wanted to come back to Minikube. I could run it using the VMs. That's actually a really good distinction that LBG makes, that Minikube has many, many different providers, and in order to simulate actual hosts, right, you don't have real hosts in either of these scenarios. And one of the drivers for kind, the only driver for kind, has been using Docker, the Docker container engine, or a Docker container engine as the backer. So it creates containers that pretend like they're actual machines that are not. And the reason I started Fluff last year, and I've given it up, but was because I was trying to debug storage classes and couldn't do it using kind of Minikube, because they don't, unless they're backed by VM, an actual VM that has storage. You're just using default storage, which is, pools all the disks together. And so there's a lot of really significant reasons to think about, what it is that you're testing and developing for. So I'm not saying Minikube is bad, don't use it. I'm saying use the right tool for the job. And in this case, I just want it to work. If we have to go back to Minikube and try to get it to work, we tried it with Hyper-V, which has been disabled on this machine on purpose on my machine. We tried it with a Podman experimental driver, and it actually defaulted to the VirtualBox driver, which is still on here, even though I detest VirtualBox. I also have VMware on this machine, VMware Workstation, which I pay a license for. So if it comes back to doing Minikube and using actual VMs as it's for the backers, LBG suggests if we do that, VMs. Backing your single node or multi-node clusters, local clusters with VMs takes a lot more system resources, right? And I'm streaming from here and stuff like that. So it's possible, and that's actually why I made Fluff, is I wanted to be able to bring up a bunch of VMs without that's basically exactly what Minikube does, is it pops up a whole bunch of VMs, and we can install QEMU on here if we wanted to do that as well, and we wouldn't have to use either virtual VMware or VirtualBox. If we go down the road where we want to have our localized mini Kubernetes environment backed by VMs, then we want to kind of come back to Minikube and re-examine that. Minikube definitely uses VM backing better than kind, even though kind has added it, right? And kind has definitely added it as well. User QEMU, I know. That's what I was just going to say. Yeah. So, libvirt driver and Ubuntu VM were fine. Nice. Yeah. The QEMU and libvirt driver. So every one of these drivers is a different way to fire off a virtual machine and or a container. Different things, of course. And it's something similar to Fluff that creates VMware VMs and bootstraps case cluster on them. Nice. Oh, I mean, LBG, you had that original code that we were working on together, right? And we were just using the VMware API. Yeah. Okay, LBG, before we leave, make sure, do you want to help me do the Firecracker evaluation? You want to do some of that over the weekend? That might be fun. If you're around, what I want to do, you remember, okay, the rest of you are going to have to apologize. I'm speaking directly to LBG, and he and I or they and I don't know who they are, worked on Fluff, which was designed to bring up localized VMs really quickly, tiny VMs. And I know Firecracker is fantastic, but this is the thing. So LPG, in the meantime, I'm just going to mention it. So Firecracker has a REST API that does everything that we were doing with the VM command line API stuff. Yeah. So Firecracker has a REST API action for every single thing over a Unix socket. It's so stinking cool. It is so cool. Okay. But it's so, and you can actually, and then what you can do is you can actually port forward, the Unix socket. You can actually run a web server on top of it. It doesn't include it. You can run a web server on top of it. It's a very build your own kind of thing, but it's a REST API over a Unix socket that does everything. It gives you direct access to libvirt, or the libvirt types of things, right? So including instantiating a VM and all that. The only bad side of Firecracker is that it does not allow GPUs. It uses micro VMs, as they're called, and they do not have devices. They don't have USB devices, drives, anything like that. So unlike our VMs that we were spinning up using the VMware API, Fluff actually abstracted the VirtualBox, QEMU ish libvirt and VMware APIs in order to spin stuff up, kind of like Vagrant did, whatever, but it was tied to these proprietary ways of starting up these VMs, much like the drivers are for Minikube. And what we were trying to do with Fluff is basically something that's not Kubernetes related that allows us to spin up virtual machines specifically for the purpose of testing on-prem builds of Kubernetes, and that was why I did it, and I kind of abandoned that project because when I found out about Firecracker and started just using a server, which is the right way to do this. The right way to do all of this is just fire up a server and do that way, and then set up your VMs using libvirt or QEMU or whatever on that server. But that's where Firecracker comes in, because that can be automated really easily. Why not directly Minikube with a VM driver? The only reason I'm not doing it right now is I don't think I have the resources. That's the only reason. If we come back to it, if we have to come back to Minikube after this kind thing doesn't work, because kind's going to use the existing container engine. I mean, it should. If it doesn't, which means there's no extra, we're not burning extra resources on it. Right. And I don't care about storage class containers and anything like that. I'm just trying to get, authentication to work. So there's a good chance that it's going to work with just the container backer, right? The container driver. If that doesn't work, then, we're back to Minikube, in which case I'll back it with VMware, which is, that's what I use. And we'll be able to go from there. Yeah. What? Let's see. Configure networking on your own, though. Yes, you do with kind. You definitely do. The evaluation, I would suggest evaluating Firecracker. Yeah, that's all. My go-to virtual environment on Windows is VMware plus Minikube plus Docker, and it's actually not bad. Yeah, that's what I use. Yeah, I have VMware Minikube right now. That's I also have that. I've been using VMware for a long time. Yeah, and that's good. Yeah. Similar stuff with Fluff. Yep. Libvirt driver. Actually, if we do Minikube, I kind of want to test what QEMU would do. I would love to test libvirt and QEMU as drivers with Minikube, which I don't think were around at the time when we were testing this before. Did I not look at the right thing? I gave you a command to install. I ran it. What's that? You didn't have the Hyper-V PowerShell module. It gave you a command to install. You're typing other things. That's how I virtualize it. Docker containers are lightweight and can handle up to 5 to 8 pods. Yes. Yeah, 116 gigs of RAM. Exactly. So odd job. That's exactly why I want to get it to work that way. Right. Before, I mean, anything bigger than that, you got to kind of, it's like a, it's kind of like a, Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Anything bigger than that, and I'm kind of like, okay, let's actually configure a server over here. I mean, I got a 56 core server behind me that's just sitting there. So that's not going to be just sitting there after the Saturday. So, networking with your own through with Firecracker. Yes. This is true. Yeah. But you could also, so with the Firecracker stuff, this is what I was thinking of doing with the Firecracker stuff. I was thinking of writing an API that encapsulates, a high-level Go program. You can use curl for everything if you want to. You can do the whole thing in Bash with Firecracker. And there's examples of it. You could write a local command that uses local Unix sockets for now, right? And use that to spin up your VMs in a different way. And you basically get fluff on a local machine, just SSH in that machine, right? And you don't have to, with Virt Manager, you have to port forward, X traffic and shit. You don't have to. You can use the delivered commands from the command line after SSHing in. And they are ultimately the same thing that the Firecracker starts up. So I am kind of on the fence about what kind of automation, what thing I want to make. Because when you're using libvirt, you get an actual VM that you can configure through KVM the way I want to. When you use Firecracker, you are limited to the VMs as they define them, and that's what makes Firecracker so compelling. Is it eliminates the extra decisions that go into what kind of VM you want. So I'm still, the reason that my lab is kind of in a middle state of affairs is I'm trying to decide what host OS is going to work best with Firecracker and or something else. They all should work fine, but that's part of the evaluation process. And I have to already re-IP my internal network based on network changes that I did because I burned out one of my OpenSense router with Lightning Storm, which is a super interesting story. It actually burned it out through Cat6 cable, which did not pass through anything that I could have ever blocked. It was very, very interesting. I've never had an outage like that. And so I'm just defaulting to the other router. I got fixed DNS and networking stuff like that. So that's why my lab is not up and running and beautiful right now. Okay, so we're back to Kind. Let's install Kind first of all. There's our Keycloak still running nice and happily. We're gonna go find there's Minikube. Let's go find. I thought I had Kind already up here. Oh, here it is. Okay, so there's Kind. If you have Go 1.16 and Docker and Podman installed, go install blah, 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 and Kind create cluster is all you need. Oh, you can actually do a Go install. Damn. Do I have Go on Git Bash? Another experiment. Should we do another experiment? Which Go? Oh my God, I do. It's probably like version 13. Oh wait, 13. I bet it is. Open 18. Damn. All right. Oh my God, this is gonna be fun. Oh, this is cool. Go install. I know, isn't that crazy? It's my only thing, because you know what? The only thing that burned out was the port that was connected to that Cat6 cable. And the cable snakes all the way through here, and I'm really glad I didn't go the other way. Actually, yeah, if it had gone the other way, it could have burned out my NIC. So on my streaming system. Anyway, it's still just a theory. I don't know. It just stopped working. After, and specifically, and the lightning strike is actually on video someplace. Yeah, I was in the middle of talking about, I was talking shade about Martin Shkreli, who now Twitch streams and yells at young children in Rust, playing the Rust game. And I was saying bad things, and the lightning literally struck while I was saying the negative things, and it knocked out my stream. Anyway, so... is everything just in case? Yeah, I would definitely Ansiblize things. Yeah, I could install another OpenSense thing and restore from backup and all that jazz, but it actually caused me to rethink my infrastructure. If you guys don't know, I'll go ahead and just show this to you really fast. If you want to see the infrastructure I'm talking about, you can go to my Excalidraw. You have to do ~lab in my chat. This is my existing air-gapped home lab network, and this piece has been kind of taken out, and And the only reason I'm talking about this is because everyone's giving me crap about, rightfully so, for not doing this properly on a server instead of and just doing it locally and seeing what I can get away with. And I don't mind doing it locally because it's testing my my skills with Minikube and Kind, which are things that I don't use all the time, and I think people should actually use and keep up to date. But here's my VLAN setup, and I was running on a 198 network, which is really cool because you get 2 Class B networks for free out of that. I've video streamed Home Lab Init, all the decisions behind the setup of this Home Lab network, but I'm actually going to revert this entire configuration to use a single firewall through the network router, and to have all this stuff being on the same localized DHCP reserved IP addresses, and then managing it all centrally. And assuming that this DNS on my stupid ass I'm sorry for that my Netgear actually starts behaving properly. Right now my DNS is got all kinds of problems. So anyway, Cruta Informatica. So if you want that, this is an air gap network, and that's what this is. This is the virtual machine container inside of my streaming machine. It's the only thing that has access to both networks on my network right now. So, but I'm going to loosen the security a little bit, and I talked about that another day. But, and then here's my clusters that I have. I would try to run TLS over here. Can't do it because there's no. Can't do netboot from the Mac Minis that I have left over, and these are all GPUs, which I'm not going to run Firecracker on there. This is a big ass HPZ 640, which is going to run probably Firecracker VMs, and probably Container D, if not Podman. We'll find out. So back to the task at hand: installing Kind. So this says that I can use Go install to install Kind. Now I have Go installed, obviously, and I'm going to use that method because it's my favorite. So Go install. I need to get that. That's what I was doing. I was looking for the URL. sigcates.io Kind version 19. It looks like it's the latest. Okay. And that'll install it. Yeah, that's the DNS problem I've been telling you about. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. There's something wrong with the DNS configuration on this Windows machine since I set it up to do DHCP reservations and stuff, and it's doing it again, and it's driving me nuts. I'm sorry. That very possibly could be because I just need to reimage this Windows machine permanently. Oh, there's Burnt Sushi. You remember the guy like really taking the Rust people to task, the one who left the project as moderator in disgust and wrote about it? There he is. He wrote TOML. That's the only time I've ever run into Burnt Sushi, is working on the TOML project, for which I made the logo. True story. You can go look it up. And let's see. Insider blocks. I know. Ugh. Yes. I know. It's not particularly fun, is it? This has now got Kind on here. Oh my god! And by the way, I'm on Windows right now. This is Git Bash on Windows, so I'm remarkably impressed that this worked. It's just weird. All I can say about the Rust stuff is I told you so 2.5 years ago. That's all I have to say about that. And Kind. Wow, this is so cool. I did not think it was going to be this easy on Windows. Another reason to use Git Bash, man. I cannot overstate it. Let's see. Time Kind create cluster. He actually timed it in that example. Kind. I actually, Kind's coming back to me. You usually have to have a config file to have Kind really do anything useful. We're just going to go ahead and do. Oh yeah, Kind create. Wait, let's get completion to work, shall we? Completion's not working. So how do you do completion? Source. And it's because it's a Cobra thing. Kind completion bash, and then we get Kind tab, and we get completion. And you can put that into your bash and see mine is not picking up for some reason on Git Bash. I don't know why. Dude, I had a plethora of comments come in saying Rob predicted this all along on those exact videos. You can go back and watch them. Meanwhile, other streamers are like lamenting their use of Rust over the last 4 years. I'm laughing my ass off. Schadenfreude. Okay, what am I saying here? Create. I am not going to talk negatively. No, it's going on YouTube. So, oh, look at that. Those colors failed. Oh, that's so sad. My colors didn't work. Failed to create cluster. Requires secret v2. Sad. Well, I don't have secret v2 because I'm running on Windows. Yeah, Oxide. The way I'm predicting Oxide, that's pretty harsh stuff I wrote about Oxide. I'm sorry. I like the people over there. But yeah, let's see. So, failed to create a cluster running kind with rootless provider requires a secret v2. I think what we're reading here is you can't run kind on Windows with Git Bash. I think kind has to have Linux. Did I totally space that? I think kind actually has to have Linux. I mean, C groups are Linux, obviously. Did I totally just forget that kind is a Linux only thing? I feel dumb. Current maintainers Ben Elder. Ben Elder's code. If you want to read somebody who writes kick-ass Go code, Ben Elder. Some of the best Go code I've ever seen. Absolutely brilliant. I don't say that kind of thing lightly, as you know. So I've gotten so many great ideas by reading anything Ben the Elder writes in Go. He's written, especially his kind tool. Anyway, let's go back. Certified government internalized installer. What kind is a CNF certified conformant Kubernetes installer? I think that I have missed some important things here, and I feel kind of dumb. Installation with a package manager. Release binaries. Installation from source. I'm really having a hard time remembering if I ever actually successfully ran kind under Windows ever. Last time I used it, I can't remember. Oh no! Last time I used kind, I was doing it from within a VM. Yeah, which I still have, by the way. I still have my Anton VM. You ran it with Podman Desktop on Windows, really? Fully integrate OSD with episode 2 and it sucked. Yeah. Or you talk about, man. My Podman works, man. I am running 3 containers with Podman right now. So my Windows Podman installation is working. The DNS is aside. Yeah. Interacting with your cluster, leading cluster. Brew, sudo, Coco, install kind. Oh God, let's do that. Wait. I need an admin terminal. I normally start an admin terminal in the morning. Today I didn't because I was bad. I know. Why are you doing this from Windows? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Here we go. All. So the Go installer apparently did not work. So under the hood is still Windows. Under the hood, it's like, you know, an Intel x84 AMD 64 chip. Hey, look, it's installing Docker Desktop. Are you fucking kidding me? It's installing Docker Desktop as a prerequisite. Oh, and I already have Podman Desktop installed. This is going to be very interesting. That is funny. Oh my God. That's the chocolatey part of it. Yeah. Yeah. Curl the AMD 64 Windows installation. This is probably what I should do. That's probably what I should do. I should just curl that crap down, you know? Yeah. Gets popcorn. I know, of course. Docker Desktop is not happy. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to have Docker. I am so good at blowing up my machine on stream. I do it all the time. It's really fun. So I think you should do it. I think you should break things just so you can like see if it, you know, how far you can push them. Do I have size on disk for this? Yes. It's going to try to put Docker Desktop on here and the stream's going to stop. All I ask is that you let me know if the stream dies. Okay. So it's going to put Docker Desktop on here and Palm Desktop is already running and they both use QEMU for emulation. I know. That's why I don't want Docker Desktop on here. Can I cancel it? Apparently you can. All right. So we learned something. The chocolate installation assumes you want to have Docker Desktop. Yeah. I'm going to try it without automatically installing stuff. Do you want to run the script? Inspector select to install chocolate install. If you let the script, it will fail. All right, next time -y. By installing, you accept license for packages. Yes. What I want to know is if I can do this without it downloading the other one. Hey, it worked. It worked. It worked. If you don't do A and it doesn't do the Docker Desktop thing, thank God. You got Minikube up with Podman and Containerd? How? You had to change the Podman resources for CPU mem to get the cluster coding. Oh, you did? Interesting, Porsche. I'll have to look at that. Did that get around that error that I was having? Did you see the error I was having? Yeah, I'll go try it again. I mean, I'm completely open. Hey, Maluba. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, I've been working on things that I can stream. A lot of times the stuff I haven't been able to stream. So we actually have kind here now. The question is, which kind do we have? Oh boy. Oh, that is a problem. Why is that even there? Oh, it's because I did a Go install. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we need to fire up our new terminal. Yeah. We need to fire up a new terminal now. Yepers. Yeah, I got to fire up a new terminal. There we go. Oh, it's working. Kind create cluster. Damn, same error. No C group. Public container runtime Kennedy. That's what I did. Memory 2040. I could have swore I just did that very thing. I could have swore I did that very thing. Minikube. It's already a default driver. We already have Podman and container runtime, so we just have to do memory. In fact, let's set the memory constraint. Let's do that. So memory config set memory 2048. Minikube delete. Oh, I don't have that thing. All right, so So 24/8 container runtime, the Podman driver, Podman. That look right? So those are our defaults. And let's see if this helps me out. It might be because my machine is more constrained with memory. You know what I mean? So I had that already deleted, but I'm going to do it anyway. Yep. Okay. So it's dead. Yeah, this error I got, was a problem before. I got some sort of different error. I think this might be related to the DNS problem. Error downloading kit base not implemented. This is not implemented. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. And we can go look it up. That's issue 828426. Last time I did this, I crashed. So if the stream crashes, let me know. I could have swore that 2048 was the default already. Oh, you got that? Nice. We're going to run out of memory. Oh, God. Oh, stopping node minikube. Start host failed, but we'll try again. Creating host. Creating kick node. Creating minikube. Container diffuse overlays. Volume with name minikube already exists. Volume exists. That's a different error though. Running minikube delete may fix it. Creating host. So that's because it tried to recreate after it failed the first time. Yeah, I don't know why, but my machine is not happy. It's probably because I've done a lot of crap on it. So no minikube and no kind, which I was afraid of, but kind of knew that was coming. So eight gigs, 1.3 remember right? 8 CPUs. Dude, it's using 8 CPUs. Damn. It's using all my CPUs. I think that's why. Yeah, that's a lot. I have 16, so it's using half my CPUs. I should have enough left, but that's not a lot of CPUs left to do stuff, right? Yeah. I mean, I could always try a reboot, and I mean, but I got, if I was to do system resources, which is what, perfmon. I don't do Windows performance monitoring very much, so forgive me. This is one of those things where, oh yeah, Windows, that's the problem, and I'm not arguing that with you. It's true. Bytes in use, available memory. It's got 5 gig left. We're trying to pull up 2 of that, which would be putting it pretty close to the border. Disk is fine. Processor time is fine. Yeah. So, I mean, it might be fun to monitor this while we do that. You want to fight with the streamer? All the missing software and hack it a bit, network and make it work. Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing. That's why we're trying to do this. We've already Dockerized all this stuff, yeah, or containerized. I don't think it's a memory thing. Personally. So. Yeah, it's something else. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's not worth my time. Yeah. Yeah. So, max 64 gigabytes of mem. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, I think my initial thought on this was that was the case. I do, however, want to figure out this kind thing. So let's go look for that, and then I'm gonna put it aside, and I'll go ahead and, I might, I don't know, I might skip pod. I always do that. I might skip the Don't Get Back Get Busy pod. Everybody wants that podcast, so. But I kind of want to get this done, so I want to work on it on my own time. Oh! We forgot to put kind experimental provider in there. That's what we forgot. Yeah, we forgot to put this in there. Yes. Oh, please let that be the problem. That would make me so happy. Then I won't feel as sad. Oh, whoopsie. Oh. We need to make a new one to get the fresh. I don't know why Windows does this, but it's fine. It's a Windows thing. I don't care. It does not update the path unless you start a new terminal, no matter what. Even if you exec bash-l, it doesn't do it. It should do that, but it doesn't. And anyway, so let's paste that in again. And same error. Kubernetes SIGs issues characteristics pop bad due to those seems to be running with secret is enabled by default on Fedora. Secret v2 kits. The thing is, it's a Unix thing, right? So that means it's not been enabled in WSL2. Oh, that's what it is. Secret v2 has not been enabled in my WSL2. Did I have too many words? I hope you're right. No, that's fine, right? I think the reason for this is because the WSL2 underlying machine doesn't have Secret v2 on it. That's what I think is happening. And that's why it's experimental. You know what I mean? I bet you that's it. I don't know, but by default of Fedora, another distro secret can typically be enabled by grub command line Linux SSB. The error about cgroups not being enabled, that's a Linux error. What are you saying? Did I not type it right again? I mean, look, it detected the use of that, so I think you're crazy. Right there. Kind experimental provider equals podman, kind create cluster. Right. Using podman due to kind experimental provider. Enabling blah. And running command rootless. Kind create cluster. You know what I mean? Then is it not doing it? Skip bash after. Yeah, it's still not there. So this error is coming from WSL2, which doesn't surprise me at all. Yep. The reason for that is because I'm using WSL2, which people should not do. You need to configure the podman WSL instance to group 2 too. LBG is remembering exactly what I just said. Yeah, and I don't know how to do that, but we're going to read about that. This needs to go in my documentation somewhere. Yeah, we need to not forget that. I was going to put it in here. enable C group v2 in WSL for kind. Coco kind on Windows. I gotta put some notes here because I don't want to forget them. Or on Podman Rifle. No, but I don't want to. I don't think I want to do Podman Rifle. Do I? I don't. Do I? I thought the whole point was not doing that. Well, not the whole point, but that was one of the main ones. So I thought that was one of the built-in advantages of using Podman. So we need to figure out how to enable that. How to enable C groups v2 in WSL for Podman. v2 in WSL. I think we're going to have to put it in our... I'm going to have to restart the machine. I wonder if there's a configuration variable I can use with podman config for the machine, podman machine something. You know what I mean? I bet there is. Damn it. Okay, so podman. I don't know the commands the way I should. I'm just going to tell you right now. Machine info. The git commit tells you where my machine is. WSL, API versions. I'm wondering if there's like a config thing. You know what I'm saying? This machine's probably versus machine OS's. Maybe existing machine. Let's look at what help does. Versus machine's operating system. Apply an OCI image to Podman machine OS. What colors are all these? This is a group box. You do bang theme, exclamation point theme. So yeah. Back to looking up the question at hand. You say the capable system of having a Windows machine is to spot themselves 2 instance hosting of it 24. Unfortunately, there's an issue. Your controller doesn't blah blah blah. This has a group if you want to be in hierarchies enabled. This is not Podman specific. Rootless tutorial. Hey, Podman has a rootless tutorial. What the hell? Yeah. Rootless. This is a documentation thing. Okay, mount programs of storage options overlay and not storage. Blah, blah, blah. Sure, if you do support, let's use limited use resources. If the latest distribution you're running Podman on is enabled to see root 2, you might need to default say runtime. Change the default say runtime. Some older versions of run C don't work with your root v2. You might change the default to run Podman runtime C run. They'll try to say runtime support for C root 2. Can also be turned on a command line. For all the machines? Shit. I mean, sorry, something that wasn't a swear word. I'm not supposed to swear because I'm on YouTube. I swear all the time though. I'm just a fail. Podman. I'm learning all kinds of things here, so this is worth it. Podman. Runtime. Crun. No. You can in Russian. Da. К черту. Пошел к черту. Сука, бот. Oh God, look at what you did. Curl command line equals blah, blah, blah. You add that to your WSL config. That means the WSL config is going to do that for everything. I mean, any time a WSL config comes up. Yeah, all right. Thank you, LBG. I'll definitely do that. I want to finish reading out this particular option. Let's say runtime support for security can also be turned on with the command line. for all commands by changing the value for the default OCI runtime in the containers.conf file, either at the system level or at the user level from runtime equals run C to runtime equals C run. Well, that's not confusing. I want to try the command line thing. But this does not have a runtime option. No. It does not. We have a OCL? No. No, I'm not. We're trying to get kind to work. So did I do C run or run C? Oh. See, this is a lie. That does not exist. Oh, no. Like if you're going to run, oh, that's just for that one container. Uh-huh. Wait. Okay, so that you'd have to change it for the default to use kind to work. For kind to work, it would have to be changed in the defaults, which either as change the containers.conf or putting it in the all WSL configurations. Yeah. Find somewhere might be tricky. Yeah. CRV2 just fine. It might be old docs then, huh? So what you're saying is that it supports in run C, it just has to be turned on. And the approach that you're using is to change it in the WSL config for all things that use WSL, as opposed to just a one-time change for containers that run within WSL, which is probably a good idea, right? So to do that though, that would mean, and then I have to start and stop the machine runtime. I like this. I got to make sure I document this though. So you're saying, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? So let's, where am I? Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and add this to, oh, you actually had to add it into the WSL instance. Let me see here. Yeah. Let's see. And see, we have to find a WSL config. I don't think it's here. No, we need to go into /users. This is Windows. I can't remember what it is. I don't remember. If I do C, it'll work. No, this is a different route. This is kind of the problem when you're on Gibash, because you know the root is here. C users Rob, so that's me. User.wsl config. I think I actually have to add a new WSL config. I don't think there is one by default. See. Yeah, and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's not there. Yeah. So let's go ahead and add these things to there. I'm going to go ahead and type them in. This is cool because I actually need to learn this stuff. So kernel, I'm running VI on Windows using Gibash. Kernel command line equals systemd unified C group hierarchy equals 1. Get that right. Oh. I know, I'll validate when I'm done. Yeah. I think this has to all go on the same line though, right? Hey, how are you doing, Pragma? Under a W sub 2 section. So this is an INI, yeah? Yeah. Our case. All right, so then we have add C group 2 FS. Yeah, that's all going on one line, kernel command line, yeah. So then we have a space, because these will become arguments to the kernel startup. C group no v1. This is all kernel parameters for booting Linux. So yeah, and then we're going to add C group 2. C group, man, this reminds me of old days. Is that like a mount function? Oh no, it isn't. C group 2. Wait. Is there a slash in there that I'm missing? And then you have the mount points. You have the read write and all the other jazz. No, so, I mean, these are all kernel boot stuff. I mean, it's been so long since I've done this stuff. Yeah. Another reason to use. It's I think you meant real time, right? Oh, real A time. Never mind. Relational A time. I don't know. I don't know what that one is. And that, the other stuff, yeah. Oh, we're adding an FS tab. No shit. I thought that you can put that stuff on the kernel boot. I swear. You can. Don't you have to add that to your SSL instance after it starts? That's a pain in the ass. I'm going to have to do it every time. I don't want to do that every time. This is FS7. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, if I wanted to. Sorry. No, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. So, Secret Pickles, all I get them all. What was the extra one? The other stuff, yeah. So then we have, yeah, secret novel equals 1, hierarchy 1. And that's where it's going to go through the list. We were just reading about that. And I mean, I'm going to have to add C group to the, how am I going to be able to add an FS tab mount for the image if it's not running? Am I going to have to reboot the image after I say is it going to persist? It is because it's a virtual machine. Okay, yeah, I got you. But I'll have to change that once in a virtual machine, but then I don't want to delete it and make it go away. Yeah. 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 I got you. Okay, so, right, I know about the Pop Machine stage. I'll do that right now. Do I need to reinitialize the existing virtual machine? I'm just gonna have to restart it once I put those configuration variables in the mount in FS tab, right? Once I put that FS tab mount, because what I'm trying to ask here is, can I reuse the same VM, and is it going to boot that VM with the different kernel parameters when I start and stop it? I assume so. I don't know if WSL actually is going to apply them. Or it's going to. Oh, I mean, it's going to do the shutdown. I think actually that the machine does that. Well, let's find out. I think if you do a machine stop, it actually stops WSL. I don't know though. So let's figure that out. Let's first of all make the changes on there, and I'm going to write about these. Yeah. Oh, and then you do the Pama machine start. So we're going to Pama the SSH and put changes in here. Yeah. So Podman machine SSH cdu dash yeah etc fs tab. Is it UVAR? Did they move it? It says the FS tab. No. What am I missing? God, I'm so rusty. It's FS tab. Where the fuck is it not completing? There's no FS tab here. Yeah. I can't believe there's not an FS tab in here. That's weird. Isn't that? I know, but it does make me a little uncomfortable. I am not gonna lie. Because there should have already had an FS tab, no? And I C group. And I have to remember the parameters, the arguments for FS tab. Yep. I wonder if the other one would have still had to have all this done. I think it might have if I'd done the crun runtime instead. You know what I'm saying? C group 2. Tab will work or space. Sys fs. C group 2 space. Read write no CUID. I mean also the basic ones. Oh wow. No dev, no exec. God, this is old stuff. Is it real A time? Is it real time or real? I don't remember that one. Here, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I have to. I have to look it up again to remind myself. All right, so we're not doing labels. We just did the regular thing, thank God. And then we have the mount point, and then we have the type. So we're mounting a C group 2, which is a specific special file system type, right? And yep, C group bum, and that's the type. So C group 2 that blew me up. That blew me away because it wasn't ext3. Normally I'm used to seeing an ext3 thing or something like that. And that's cool. I didn't realize C group 2 was a type. I didn't realize that was a file system type, or FS tab entry or something. So defaults auto blah blah blah, and then 00. That part I know. What I don't know is the real one. So, I have never seen that particular option. It's probably under the mount command, right? I'm guessing it's under the mount command. I'm looking. If you're screaming at me, I'm sorry. The options mode. Okay, no super user mouse. I know how to blah blah blah. I don't know what that option is. I've never seen it. I know it's been a long time. Maybe I know about it. I just don't remember. I just kind of want to know what it is. Wait. It's probably. I mean, it's probably specific to the C group's file system type, which is not a file system, but that's probably why I don't know about it. Okay, I'll trust that I don't need to know about it. All right, I'll stop. I can hear you yelling at me. Because these are our options too that depend on what I normally would have called a file system type, but this isn't a file system. This is a C group 2. I guess technically is that a file system? I'm learning a lot about C groups here that I have no idea about. So that's why the reason I want to do it. I've been wanting to learn C groups. So rel a time, ns delegate. That must be relative a time, access time. That must be what that stands for. I'm guessing. All right, so ns delegate 0, 0. All right, let me make sure I got that right. cgroup 2. cgroup 2. Here right now says dev no exec. This is all standard stuff. Rel a time, we'll say. ns delegate and 0, 0. All right, so I think we're good. All right, now I'm going to go look at all the yelling that you've been doing. The mount option rel a time, the access time will not be written. Okay, that's what it is. It is a time. Okay. Thank you for the inspiration. Bare metal, Rocky, Linux, and Podman configured. Now what? The bare metal, Rocky, Linux, and Podman configured. Now what? Damn. Yeah, this is definitely day 2 stuff, but I'm just having fun with it. Yeah. All right, so let's do that. Let's do exit. I could actually just do a log out here to turn it off. Yeah, if you could do relog, that'll actually also work. But I've got containers using this engine right now, so I want to, before I do that, I want to make sure I save everything. All of these things are going to go away, and that's bad. So readme and okay, login lab. What? Oh, I didn't add it yet. I did that out of order. I'm so stupid. Okay. All right, so that's there. That can go away. That can go away. I'm just going to turn my container stuff off. So this terminal probably would die. Our Keycloak stuff is going to go away, but that's not a big deal. So we'll restart that. That's super easy. We'll get rid of that. Well, actually, we'll restart our terminal in admin mode too. So when we do those other things, we have admin mode. And that's fine. So our container engine should be off at this point. And so now we need to do the WSL stuff. So I'm actually going to pop up a PowerShell terminal. Whoops, I keep doing the same thing. Where's my terminal? Let's do an admin terminal this time. Run admin. Okay, and let's do podman machine list. Podman PS. Okay, we don't have anything running. So podman machine stop. And I suspect we can do the WSL stuff now. 0 CPU, 0 memory. It's off. So now I'm gonna do WSL2 restart. Yeah. Now this might kill my stream. I doubt it. It might though. It shouldn't. The whole point of having a virtual machine is being able to do stuff while your whole system is still running. If for some reason this kernel, I might end the stream right now. Don't worry, I'll come back. But when I do this might be a forced reboot of Windows. And it shouldn't be though. It should not be, right? Because it's WSL. Actually, I am curious though. So, it's a WSL command exec a specific line, blah, blah, blah. CD directories, user install. in Ubuntu. This is how you do your whole WSL install stuff. We're not going to do that. Yeah, -LV is the one. I don't use it all the time, so that's why I'm looking it up. List distributions. Okay. Yes, and I have installed a lot of distributions on here, so that's one of the reasons I was doing it. So yeah, so there's all of our distributions. I've got my Rancher desktop from the old days, using WSL2. You know what I find interesting is that I thought this was interesting the first time. When I did a Podman install the first time, it actually did version 1. And I want to say that they updated Pod, maybe not. So we need to start it again. So WSL start, and we need to start. Which one do I have to give it the? I don't want to start all of them. I don't know the syntax for it. Start -h. What? That's weird. That should not have happened. Oh, it's trying to. I wonder if I did. Which one did it? Podman start? Is that going to automatically start it up? That's going to automatically start it up? Okay. I guess it would, because that's what it always does, right? Yeah. A Podman machine start. And there's only one machine, so. It is not rootful. We could have started up rootful, but we don't want to. I didn't realize it was forwarding on a pipe. I thought that we weren't going to be doing pipe. I thought we got rid of the socket pipe thing. In rootless mode, if your containers require root permissions, or if you're running into compatibility issues with non-Podman clients, you can switch to following. So I might have to do rootful. Yeah, that part I know, but I didn't think we had a socket. I didn't think we had a socket this whole time. I thought that was the whole point of using Podman, is to get around the sockets. But I guess not. That's a Docker compatible pipe / socket thing. And by the way, that's if we were going to do, Docker and Podman and Docker, or Docker and Podman, we would indicate what that file is and then point to the file. If you want to do Docker and Docker DND, you can do that. That's how you do it. You point to the pipe. But I for some reason I thought that it was a daemon instead of a pipe. So that pipe's got to be for just Docker compatibility. Okay, so that's probably why. Yeah, so they okay, that makes sense. So they wanted to make it so it was Docker compatible, so they because you cannot do Docker without it. My bet is that Podman actually doesn't use it. So anyway, that's interesting. If you mount that same file, that's how you do Docker and Docker, by the way. And then it will use you can be inside of a container, and you can manipulate. You can use Docker commands and pull stuff and everything, and use the container registry cache from the local host machine instead of having a double copy of it inside of the container. So yeah, it's only for Docker compatibility. It's really the only reason. Huh. Yeah, I didn't even think there was one. That's kind of nice. Okay, so yeah, Podman ls Podman. We already did machine start. Yeah, machine ls. All right, it's running with 8 CPUs, and it's got its memory and everything. And yeah, Docker API calls. Yeah, I know, but I'm just wondering if it could be used for that same purpose, right? Which means you just set the socket. You just set the socket in environment variable, and you run Docker commands, and it'll work from inside a container, as if you're running on the host. Now what? So now we are secret version. So I don't know how to check for that. So, but we're gonna SSH into the Podman. I assume Podman machine SSH. and there probably should be a cgroup command that tells us what group we're on. I don't know what it is. Podman info. How is that going to tell us what cgroup we're on? Is it machine info? Is it machine info or just podman info? I don't use that. I don't use it very much. I probably should. I think the Go version, no. I mean, is it going to have the kernel start parameters in here? Or pause stop. Network bridge. This is interesting. Okay, so I don't look at this very often. Search Docker. Non-password log authorization plugins. It has swap. Capabilities. Caps history. This is super interesting to me. Oh, look, path run soccer. Run the Podman sock. So it does have a remote mounted socket. That's the Docker compatibility thing probably. Yep. AppArmor. It does have AppArmor and SC Linux. Shit. Why didn't I want to disable SC Linux? I mean, it's fine because it's for the. I don't care because it's whatever Podman wants. I'm not looking at. Oh, look, it uses C run this time. Is that because we changed it? It uses C run. Why didn't it use the run C? Interesting. I thought that we didn't want it to do that. Size, so city container ID. Yeah, it is using C run. Isn't that interesting? I mean, I thought we would, yeah. Old information we were reading. Secret version 1. So I must have had the stuff in there wrong. But because it's using C run, I thought we were able to get around that. Yeah. It didn't work. Yeah. It didn't pick it up somehow. So I must have put it in my Long Firecracker. I know, I like Firecracker. I want to use it. I do. I like Firecracker a lot. I'm still using the wrong C group. That means that something in my it didn't pick up in my WSL file, or I didn't stop and start it properly or something. Or I wrote it in the wrong place, or in a million different possibilities. SMData unified underscore C group hierarchy, C group 1 no avail. I'm going to do a search here. I'm going to do a search here for this stuff. I wonder. No, I did it from an administrative. I mean, I shouldn't have to have administrator. So enable C group v2. I mean, this is. I would have had a server up by now. But I know. Enable C group v2 in WSL2. Another reason not to use WSL2, by the way. I'm going to have to delete this later, but I need something. So, Podman. Oh, shit. Now I'm really screwed. For attaching C group runs in hover mode not supported, drop all controls from C group v2 OCI runtime error. That's not good. Hi, Kreger. No, I don't. Look, all I'm trying to do is get kind to work. And kind needs groups too. Both of them are experimental. So far, we're hitting all kinds of problems because Windows mostly. And I think I just rendered my engine incompatible with my existing containers, which is bad. But not. I mean, everything's in Git, so I'm fine. Yep. So. Yeah, and I don't know if it's because of the mount point or not. This is all good stuff, though. I want to do this. This is good. This is a good exercise. Yeah. That's about to drop all controllers from C group v2 OCI runtime error. So it makes me wonder if that command that I did actually changed the runtime to crun. You remember what I'm saying from before? So, because I actually did a crun command earlier, but I didn't do anything with it. It was just the runtime to use, and so that never worked. Never mind. So, yeah, we got problems here because now I got to get back to my container, and my existing containers are no longer compatible with the engine. So, C groups and hacker mode not supported. Drop all controllers from C group 2. Now the thing that's interesting about that, crun's the default. You're sure of that? Okay. Well, I mean, we didn't change anything with the runtime. We didn't. We tried and it didn't work. How's it going, POSIX? So that is the problem. Now either we have to get the WSL C group change to take. Well, this makes me feel like part of it has taken and another part has not. Does that make sense? It also makes me realize that spinning off a container from an image might cache what C group type it's using inside of it, which I don't know. I don't know about how containers work in that level. It's very low level stuff. So, you see what I'm saying? Like if I started that workspace container, like let me confirm. So podman run it rm Ubuntu. Yeah, no. This we run amount in a pod machine. Yeah, let's try. Maybe I got the mount stuff wrong. Yeah, podman machine and mount. So C group on type C group. And that's interesting. It looks like it added that. Oh, that's C group, not C group 2. Whoops. Sorry. C group 2 on. Oh, this is interesting. Unified. Does that exist? Let's try. I mean, it would have failed if it didn't. Wait, do we want demessage and stuff on here too? I'm guessing no. That looks like it worked. Yeah. Did the FS tab change take? Yeah, it could have a bug in here. It should be something wrong. Oh wait, this one right there is wrong. That's wrong. Right? That's wrong. That's supposed to be it's supposed to be sysfs group unified, C group unified. I think that's the bug. Type C group 2. Wait, what? Why does this have type in there? We didn't put a type in ours. I didn't put a type in mine. I didn't put a type. It's a type C group 2. So that's just the mount command saying that. Okay. I don't remember that. I don't remember type being outputted. It's been a while. So C group type equals C group 2. Real time, relay, no NSW. Those are, so it took all of those things. Do we want to look at demessage? We could look at demessage, or we could do, I guess we could look at the startup. See how the kernel was started. So here's how the kernel was started. Okay, legacy, system unified group hierarchy equals 1. No equals all. So it's, I mean, it looks to me like it took. System unified group hierarchy equals 1. I mean, if you want to do it in reverse, you can. Otherwise, that's fine. I don't necessarily want to do this anymore, though, because if I have to do this much pain and suffering to enable C group v2, I am never going to use, WSL2 for anything. I'm just not. Other than the most minimal things, this has been a fantastic objective evidence of why you should actually use Linux on a server and a VM for this kind of shit. And I would rather put my time there instead. So, you see what I'm saying? I appreciate all the help, but being able to have to change kernel boot parameters and fstab mounts just to get cgroup v2 enabled, just so you can use an experimental version of Kind or Minikube. I mean, we're kind of off the rails, and we're like, not kind of, we're like really off the fucking rails at that point, right? And we're really off the rails, and that time to fix that is at best going to help us understand why this is experimental. Now, I have learned a lot about how WSL2 works, and also why I fucking hate it more. And I've also learned some things about, I actually don't like that Podman Desktop has a WSL2 requirement. Docker Desktop has the same thing, so you can't get around that if you're going to do that. It's also the reason to not use containers on Windows unless it's just for a very minimal kind of thing like I do with the Boost stuff. So I think that this is the point at which we need to kind of set up a proper server. And we've been saying that all day. And I don't think anybody will really argue with that. So we're going to go ahead and take a break. I hope this hasn't been complete waste of time for other people's time, but I hope that it helps to illustrate why WSL sucks. And it's me also not understanding how all of it works, but I wouldn't have to understand how any of that works if I had a standard server, a standard Linux server running in a VM or something. So what I would like to do is that we continue to do the same thing, and I'm going to use some of my own time for this, obviously, to go ahead and bring a server up and that has Podman on it, and we can run either in a container engine or in a VM, actually, at that point. And I would like to put Firecracker on there, but we don't necessarily have to have that on there. I do have Ubuntu on there now, so the real question is, do I just use the existing system and then just change the networking and then continue to use Ubuntu as a host OS, or do I want to change over and start using Red Hat? So I'm going to go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back and we'll go to it. But this just proves that Minikube and Kind are not the things to do for this kind of testing. If you want to do this kind of testing, you have to have Linux, not Windows or Mac as a host OS. Talk to you in a bit. All right, we are back from a rather long break. Let me fill everybody in about what we did. So, as you can see behind me, there you go, right there. That is the console of the HPZ 640 machine in my lab. This guy right here. One of the best finds I've ever had on eBay or GitHub or Amazon. Let me just tell you something. Everybody wants, kick-ass, really great hardware, and you can get crazy good refurbished enterprise hardware for dirt cheap if you're willing to look for it. And I'm not going to talk more about that. That'll be a separate stream. But this HPZ 640, I think I paid $1,200 for it, and it's it's pretty stacked. It's got 58 cores, it's got 128 gigabytes of RAM, and it's great for this kind of thing. I've already tried Proxmox on it, fell on its face because you can't do all the nodes that I want. I don't like Proxmox. I don't want to get into it. So that machine exists, and just to catch everybody up, so we tried to set up our just to kind of a little bit of a recap. We tried to set up our pretend OIDC provider with Keycloak using containers on this local streaming machine, just using Podman Desktop on there, and that worked. But we weren't able to get Kubernetes up here running with any degree of reliability with Kind or Minikube after 2 hours of attempts to get it to work on Windows. And largely, the final problem was mostly because WSL doesn't have cgroup doesn't have cgroup v2 supported. I also have a hypervisor turned off on here on purpose because I didn't want a WSL on here before, and Podman Desktop decided to install it anyway, which it has to have. So the takeaway from that is very simply, if you're going to use containers and Podman desktop on Windows, they keep them simple, right? And Podman is both for Minikube and Kind is listed as an experimental provider driver. And we know for a fact that both Minikube and Kind will work very well with VMware and VirtualBox and even Qemu and libvirt and all those other different providers, if that's the way you want to go. But as soon as I started hitting all of that problem, I was like, the pangs of like the fact that I actually had, a substantial machine here to use were starting to hit me. And I was like, why don't I just get my server up? If I spent those 2 hours, I could have fixed all this stuff with the server. Just a reminder in case you don't know, because of a lightning storm, I burned out one of the ports on my OpenSense, and so I've had to reconfigure the networking and stuff. And I also want to put Red Hat on this server so that I can deal with mostly IP stack management and get good with IP stack as implemented on Red Hat, as opposed to Ubuntu server. But for the sake of this stream, I still just have Red Hat and NetPlan on there. So during the break, what I did is I'm just using 192, DHCP reserve. I'm not even reserved right now, and just pull down the latest one and just move the cables over to put it on the same VLAN, so that I have a server to play with, and then I'll re-image that server later, but not in one of my co-working streams and not on the clock, obviously. But this will keep me going towards the end goal, which is to get a Klogin Go program written that can provide OAuth, OIDC token based authentication and cache those tokens in the kubeconfig file. That is the goal. And in order to do that, I have to set up a Keycloak provider, which is one command if you're using dev mode. And the piece that we're missing is running Kubernetes. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time setting up a full-blown Kubernetes on-prem deployment. I do want to do that long-term, but for right now, I just want a Kubernetes that works so I can test the OIDC stuff. And that means using a Kubernetes that has the OIDC Connect enabled. So what we're going to do is we're going to still use containers over here. And I have to make a decision about whether I should install Podman or Docker over there. And I'm pretty sure I'm just going to install Podman. But I'm still worried because the kind of Minikube Podman drivers are labeled as experimental, whereas the Docker ones are not. And the only other way to back those things would be to use VMware or VirtualBox or KVM or Qemu, and any of those. So the question I have is should I go the extra mile and do VM backed providers for kind of Minikube on this temporary machine? And I think the answer to that is yes. I'm going to put Firecracker over there eventually for micro stuff, but and so I think send what link? This link? I think it's actually isn't it still which one? This little one or the big one? I think it's actually in the chat. I think it's pinned in the chat. Is it not? Yeah, there we go. This link is pinned in the chat. That's not the. Are you talking about this one? You want this one too? If you do !lab, you can get a link to this. Okay. So let's decide. What are we going to put over there? What are we going to do that's going to give us the best bang for buck? As I've said before, Minikube does more magic than Kind does. So in terms of like networking and ingress and all that, it uses some sort of, best guesses to get you up and running faster than Kind does, although Kind is better at doing other things. So in this particular case, we just want Kubernetes up. We don't give a shit about what's in it. We don't. All we want to do is make sure that it'll authenticate so we can check that authentication mechanism. So I'm inclined to put Minikube on there and to back it with KVM / Qemu, libvirt, whatever. So let's do that. And send what to you? The link to this? The link to this is pinned in the Twitch chat. You're not in Twitch chat, you're in IRC? Do you want, or do you want the? I don't know. You can just tell me what you want. Yeah, and then okay, so let's do Minikube installation. Somebody help them get the links that they need. That the other link. My infrastructure is on. If you can go !lab and it's always there. You can always look it up. Okay. And that infrastructure, by the way, is not going to stay. Right. I'm changing this stuff. I'm going to keep this one around, obviously, but eventually this will go. And I don't care that my IPs are exposed and shit, because yeah, there comes some people. They're all coming in there. People come in there and take. Okay. So back to installing Minikube on the server that I just set up, or put back on the network, I should say. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to be reading the how to install Minikube on Kubernetes. And the Bitlbee, I don't know what that is. So we're gonna do some more research here. All right, so let's do that. Let's do. I think I can just do apt install Minikube. Minikube on. By the way, if you want a more robust desktop experience, you should do like we did in the Boost, and you should probably install VMware, which is way better than VirtualBox. I'm not going to get into it, and use their single player, and then just run one VM, and then SSH into it, and then install some form of server. Don't install a graphic-based distro; it'll be really, really slow. So install, unless it's Kali, and you have to because you got Burp Suite, whatever. RC Rich, yeah, a few people have that. So install, I have it too. I'm not gonna play with chat right now. Install Minikube on. You can look at my earlier videos. On 1.2. I'm pretty sure it's just apt install Minikube, but I'm just gonna read the official docs on this. So because I just want it up, and there's like unlimited resources over there, so I don't have to touch anything over there. Sudo, oh damn, we're gonna have to install the latest Minikube stable release using binary download. Sudo install. They do have a binary download. Interesting. It's just a single binary. That's kind of nice. That's actually very, very nice. Yeah, that's very nice. Let's do that. Yeah, this is really good news. That's another reason I like Go or anything that compiles, because you don't have to deal with package management usually. That's really good news. All right, so let's reconnecting over to this. This is an IP that will not change because I set it myself. It's possible that my DHCP server will hand out it. It's not reserved currently, so I could have a conflict though, but not tonight. And then we'll just run those commands. And we'll pull down. I don't remember the password. I think I need to change the password here. Give me a second here. I'm gonna make it password for now because I'm gonna reimage this thing right away, and there's no way you can get to it anyway. So yeah. I don't even know why I have a password on there. I don't. I'm like, why do I have it? I don't have set this for VI either. What the hell? I should have just done key-based authentication. No, you can't do that because it's a sudo command. That's why. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Here we go. Where are you? I'll turn you back on. All right, there you go. So, password update successful. I don't really anything to docs over here. So, I mean, I don't have any of my configuration on this machine at all. This is just, and I don't have a network share, which I should probably set up for home. And like, and I just kind of share something. I would like to do that eventually for users so they can log into any of the nodes and have it set up to use the right thing. You're an engineer, yay. Let's go ahead and run those commands again as actually, yeah, should just work this time. Yep. Which minikube? Very interesting. Okay, so minikube start. Yeah, it should be really fast because this server is way more powerful than my streaming machine for this kind of thing. Its pipes are about the same size though, so we got plenty of disk space. We shouldn't run out of resources at all. I mean, it's the only thing over there right now. Creating KVM. God, look at that, 600 megabytes of RAM. It's like, damn, we got lots of RAM over here. I'm just gonna go for it. Yeah, a 20 gigabyte hard drive. It's creating KVM too. You know what? It's cool is that it saw it had KVM support. Yeah, that's super cool. That's really good to know, because I mean KVM is the way to go. KVM is the world's leading virtual machine image technology. It's used to back Azure and Amazon and Google and everything else. Zen is dead. Zen's been dead for more than 6 years at this point. People still use it on occasion, and Zen is still used with whatever that web-based management tool is that Hatanis uses, and so it still uses Zen. But I wonder if that tool has actually migrated finally to use something else. I doubt it. Wow, it configured a CNI bridge. So this is the difference between Kind and Minikube. Minikube does a lot of things. It gives you an ingress. It gives you a CNI, which, these are all things you'd have to set up. CNI being Calico usually on a on-prem Kubernetes cluster. It even configures RBAC rules, generates certificates and keys. That's all great, but we are going to change some of that. In fact, I don't know if the default settings for an OIDC provider are there, and those have to be provided when you boot. So we probably need to do additional research here to see how to start up a Minikube cluster with OIDC provider enabled, OIDC Connect provider enabled, which usually you have to pass arguments to the startup. And I don't know how to do that with Minikube. Never done it. So in fact, we something that's interesting. We can actually go back. Let's do this. So let's actually go start. We're going to start back up. We're gonna start back up the Keycloak server, right? So, and then we'll use that as our authentication. We're very close to being able to test some stuff here. So let's see this. So Podman, I want to say start -a. What do we call it? I don't remember what I called it. If I see it, I'll probably remember. I should have given it a better name. It's definitely not sweet_beaver. Fervent nonce, that's it. Okay. This should start up. There we go. So this is the Keycloak server running on 8080. So they're both on the same network. Let's confirm that it's up. Here we go. Keycloak admin, refresh. I get our UI, log in with admin. Somebody was telling me that we can skin this. Okay. So there we go. We got our Keycloak server up, and we will add users and realms and stuff later. But if we have to provide that to Kubernetes, we can do that right now by knowing the URL. And that URL, oh, you know what? Oh, I have a feeling it's not port forwarding that host. It's not. I'm going to have to use, God damn it, because we put it on a separate machine. When it was on the same machine, we could pull this off. Podman is not going to port forward those ports to anybody else on the home network. Nope. And we're gonna prove that right now. Because, yeah, that's gonna be an annoyance, but whatever. Yeah. So what is that? 44? I think it is. I don't even know. I gotta find out what host we're on here. We are .6. Okay, so if we go to here and we say, oh, first of all, let's make sure we can ping it. Pin 92.168. Is it 68 or 64? I can't remember. Let's say 2. I should have memorized. I usually do. I always mix it up though. All right, so we can see that, which means cross your fingers, hope to die. Curl I. And then we can put the rest of the path in here. Admin master console. And we just have to make sure that this can talk to it. I mean, that's probably not the command to use that we should use, but it'll work. And we can, damn it. I was afraid of that. Maybe it's just HTTP because it's local and it's in dev mode. Damn it. Oh, it's 8080. It's 8080. Come on, Rob. Please work. Oh, shit. Yeah, you know why? Because, man. All right, fine. I know how we can get around this. We're not going to run WSL2 from here. So there. Which we shouldn't have done anyway. I mean, let's just be real. Let's just be real here. I should do a proper install of Keycloak. Yeah. I mean, I thought I was going to get away with it. It's just one line, so not that big a deal. Yeah. Let's do that. So you can die. I don't need you anymore. So there. And now we need to go over here and install Keycloak for, I mean, what's on there? Are we going to put Podman on there? Are we going to put Podman on there, or are we going to put Docker? I think we're going to install Podman on there. Can I help you with Golang? Nope. Not right now. I'm making YouTube videos. So let's do this. Let's say, is there tmux? I don't even think there's a tmux over here. Oh, there is. Yay. Well, let's do that. Let's turn tmux on first of all. Oh, jeez. Unconfigured tmux is so ugly. Can't have that. No, I refuse. It's 200, right? Okay, so here we go. This is stuff I normally would do with Ansible, but .tmux conf. I'm never going to be able to help people go. I don't do that stuff. Maybe somebody in Discord. I don't do code reviews. If you want to watch, usually if you go look at stuff, you can find your own answers. SCP tmux conf to HPZ. Actually, let's add a host entry for this. Just cause I don't want to type it. Oopsie. I forgot to do sudo, of course. 192.168. I could have added SSH. It doesn't matter. I'm just do the whole thing. .1.200, which is static. HPZ 640. That if you know what, you don't get completion unless you put it in the etc host file. Yep. So we can do SCP HPZ 640. Wait. .tmux.conf HPZ 640 to, I mean, it assumes the same user, so we will do just colon. That's fine. That's the home directory. Yep. And we'll copy that over. Permission denied. Public key. Oh, do I only do public key? Oh, yeah. I don't have password authentication enabled. It's just public key. That's fine. That's fine. Let me do this. So SSH keygen -t ID 25519. ED. Sorry. I probably should have one already. Do I not have one? I do have one already. Okay. So pub key. And cat that out. Actually, another way to do this is if I had password authentication, which I don't have enabled over there, I could just do it that way. Well, since we don't have that enabled, I'm just going to have to cut and paste this guy. So then I go over here and do the old school connect and put that in the .ssh authorized keys file, add it to here. Oh yeah, that's right. I have an Ansible job that does that. Yeah, I do. I have an Ansible job that's copying that over. So now from here, I should be able to do SSH CC40. Okay, good. So now my container can go straight to it. This is a resident E55-SK. Ooh, fancy. Yeah. So now we can do our SCP again. Where's my SCP? You know what? This is good because now we can demonstrate SSH in our boost on Saturday. And I needed to get it set up anyway, so this is good. So SCP that over. And now when we SSH over to HPZ, we'll get the same configuration-ish kind of thing when I do tmux. If we might as well, while we're at it, we might as well copy the bash rc over. Bash rc barsh. And my vimrc, since I'm going to be on this machine a lot, so I might as well. And my vim directory. Yeah, is it capital R or dash smaller? It must be smaller. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that worked. So you see what it did? I got those three files. So vimrc, bashrc, and I mean I could have done profile, but those are the main ones. And the .ssh directory and the vimrc and the vim, and the vim info gets updated automatically. So now I can do tmux here, and we have a tmux inside of a tmux. The thing that's interesting to note about that is as soon as you start doing that, it's hard. It's hard to get it to send the right keys into the tmux. So at that point, it's kind of more valuable to open a new terminal window. That's what this is. I have two different terminal windows versus terminal sessions, and I have that terminal session which is entirely on the remote system, and that's pretty much the better way to go about doing it, in my opinion. The problem is I can't. I have to still type HPZ or whatever. Which makes me think I should just steal it from the host file here and put it in my host file on this laptop. Oh, hey, it's already there. 192.168.1. Wait. Oh wait. Looks like I already had an Ansible rule for that, so that's super interesting. And so again, I don't want to get too bogged down in all this configuration stuff. It's because I'm going to come back at it later with a fresh approach. But I do want to put that host in here because I'm going to be using it a lot. And actually, I think we already have one. There it is. 200. It's already there. So SSHPZ. I don't like that SSH on Windows doesn't do its thing. Yeah. I wonder if it does it if I do a new one. I wonder. Let's try. HP. Nope. Z640. Damn it. I mean, it's in Etsy host. 192.168. Oh god, no wonder. 168. It still doesn't complete it. That's a Windows thing. It's annoying as hell. That's annoying as hell. If you see 640. Why isn't it working? Two 168. That one at 200. And 68. 168 dot 1 dot 200. That's so weird. You know, let's try this instead. No, it's not. It's not reading the host file. No. This might do completion. One 192 to 168 to 1 to 200. Nope, no completion. See, 640. That worked. Still no completion though. Kind of annoying. That's so annoying. Windows. All right, so we're on there. That's all we care about. Now, why did I do that? I did that because I am now going to run a TMUX session over there. So this is a TMUX session running on my local machine here on Twitch, RDVX Rob Twitch. And I'm going to run a TMUX session on my remote server. And that's in a separate, I'm using a control tab to go back and forth between the different Microsoft Windows Preview terminal windows. These are windows, you know, separate like tabs, I suppose. And so over here now, though, I can start up a TMUX session and, you know, be able to do all the same normal stuff that I like to do over here, including like opening up a root one, sudo su dash, and, you know, I could change the name of this to root and, you know, stuff like that. Right now, if you know what we should probably do, let's do this. Let's copy, bash rc to slash root slash dot bash rc sudo, and I'm gonna do that for my mrc as well, and for my my Vim directory. Oh shit, I overwrote my other one. Watch me blow up my system. It wouldn't be the first time. Yep. MRC, bash RC. I actually don't even need the stuff on the end, obviously. There we go. Now I get my fancy colors and stuff. And my VI mode is automatically set. I don't have to set this for VI. That's fantastic because I really like the colors when I'm root. That's gonna really help me remember. It's also got my aliases and stuff in there, like C. Fantastic. Okay, so we are set to go. So now we can do Podman installation, which is, by the way, just sudo apt install Podman. We don't really care about a bigger version of Podman. We're not going to put Podman desktop on our own. We're just putting Podman on here. So sudo apt update, which we already did. While we're at it, we should probably do a sudo apt upgrade. It's been a while since I've been on this machine. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And lots of stuff that has to be upgraded. That's going to take a little bit of time, but we have plenty of space here. Again, this server is designed to host virtual machines and containers. That's its purpose. So, the host OS is minimal, but it's. I didn't want it to be unusable. A lot of people will put a really minimal OS. It's essentially just a hypervisor, and then they'll run everything as a VM. And I don't want to take the 30% hit that you have to take to run everything as a VM that way. There are some things that I want to be able to do just as a container on that. So having a host that doubles for many things, I want to do like BBC stuff, batch processing and things like that. I may want to do something that doesn't have containers in it. So in this case, in a home lab, this server is going to serve three major purposes. It's going to be a place to just log in and do stuff, as if it were a huge multi-user, server that has a, one core OS that's maintained and supported and kept up to date. It's going to serve as a place for me to run my virtual machines, either using libvirt, all of them KVM, or fired up as micro VMs with Firecracker. That, in other words, a VM host and a place to run containers, specifically under the Podman engine. So that is what we are doing. Do I hash my own known host SSH? No, I don't. I probably should, but I don't. This is all really kind of just put together quickly. This is just a home lab kind of thing. Again, the goal being so that we can, develop stuff with different infrastructure. One of the reasons that I like having this centralized server and if a lot of people would say run Proxmox over there if you want to spin up a different container with a bunch of VMs on it. I prefer to do that from the command line, right? And to manage it through other means, remote access, things like that. But if you want to do it that way, fine. I mean, a lot of people do. Just keep in mind, though, that when you try to do Proxmox works fine as long as there's only one server involved. If you have more than 16 nodes, it can't keep up, and it does this like real-time synchronization across all the nodes in the cluster, and that is it just does not work at all. And QEMU versus Firecracker, there's totally different tools, right? QEMU is for development and emulation of pretty much anything. Firecracker is for really specific lightweight micro VMs that don't even have device driver support. So they're different things completely. In fact, that's probably the reason that I won't be using Firecracker for my Kubernetes cluster VMs, because I can't get GPU support, which means I can't test ML jobs and things like NVIDIA feature discovery, node feature discovery. These are daemon sets in Kubernetes that are very specific to GPU, and you can't do it at all if your host nodes are VMs and micro VMs that don't have devices. It doesn't work. But that's, to be fair, Firecracker is more designed to be an alternative that's a competitor to this concept of making all your machines into Kubernetes nodes. Right, it's more in the serverless frame set. So it's not designed to be compatible with Kubernetes. It's designed to replace it for a particular type of hardware node, or for allocated virtual machines. If Firecracker actually comes around and starts adding full support optionally for the other stuff, that could be really interesting. What is this? Okay, so a new version of the configuration file CJ.conf is available. Install currently has been locally modified. What do you want to do about the modified file? Keep the local version. They redid OpenSSH server. Interesting. Yeah, I don't want to screw up my login right now. That'd be horrible. Yeah. So, well, this is taking longer than I would have liked. Of course, this is upgrading every single package on this machine. And we're running a bunch of server over here, but I eventually want to kick it out and put Red Hat. But when I do that, at the same time that I do that, I want to make an Ansible recipe that rebuilds this machine from scratch. And I don't want to use Terraform, not using Chef or any of that. I want to make, and one of the reasons I like Ubuntu is I can put it all in a cloud init file. But my goal in my lab is to be able to install bare metal images onto my hardware and then install Ansible support. The end. And then run something from my laptop or whatever that can, re-image the thing basically. And so that's my provisioning approach for my home lab. I want it to be entirely Ansible based. I don't want to touch Terraform at home because Ansible is just so much more flexible. I'm still pretty noob at Ansible. I've got some stuff in it that I can do. I had my host file configurations. I don't know if you saw that, right? That is something that it pulls up. I've thought about doing network booting as well, but that just does not work. Now, the problem with network booting is that the machines that I have still require hands-on in order for them to boot. So since that's the case, I would rather have it so I can just push the power and have the OS come up and then, make sure it's in the right network, which already I'm going to have to do by walking over to their terminal and putting it into, actually with the DHCP, I can just leave them all on the default, which will pull off DHCP. And I don't know. And then build, it depends. It depends on what kind of image I'm going to build in my USB stick, whether I'm going to boot off that or not. But I'm not going to be touching the OSs very frequently. I ran a computer lab for 13 years. We just did everything through automations with SSH. Which is where the Ansible stuff comes from. People have been doing that for years. And so I wrote, passphrase-less SSH access to all of them, and I could turn all the computers on or off just from one command from a laptop, just using that. So that was fine for my purposes. It's not a simulation of what is in most enterprise environments, but it's good enough for me. If I was doing this right, I would do a network boot, and I'd make that work. But I'm not having luck with that for some reason. So new kernel, system with a new kernel will not be handled automatically, so you should consider rebooting. Okay. Thanks. Which services should be restarted? That looks good. Now, no VM guest running outdated hypervisor key binaries on this list. Good. All right, so we're gonna reboot. Shutdown -R now, which is really old school. Nobody does that anymore. That's what I do though. Bang 192.168.1.200, and wow, it's up already. Damn, that was fast. Oh no, there it was. It's going down now. Yeah. Why is it still? Oh, that's the Windows version. That's why. Yeah, the Windows one times out. Yeah, I keep forgetting what I'm on. It after so much time it stops. The Linux one doesn't. It'll keep going forever, and then you can kind of just watch when your system comes up. Is there a switch for that to do that? Is that it? I don't remember. I'm looking at the Windows. This time to live servers count. Timestamp for count hop. So timeout. Timeout. Each router has primary PP. I don't know. It's just wait host until stopped. It is T. It's T. Oh, it's already up. Yeah. Okay. So SSH back over there. There we go. And we're all good to go. We can do podman install now. So now after that upgrade, I don't think we're gonna have to do a sudo apt update, but let's try again. It doesn't hurt. Oh, okay. I mean, I want to get the latest. The biggest problem with Ubuntu is how old it is. Honestly. And look at that. I just did an apt upgrade and there's still stuff. There's still new stuff. So yeah, that's really interesting. I wasn't expecting it to get anything. Let's try it one more time. Sudo apt auto remove. I want this system to be clean because this is going to be my main host and I'm maintaining it by hand. It's kind of like an administrative box, a jump host, right? Your administrative jump host is usually managed by hand. This is documentation entry. Okay, good. Upgrade one more. File packages have been kept back. Get more security updates from blah. Huh. I think I put these in my explicit thing where they have to be explicitly set or they won't get updated automatically. Yeah. Anyway. All right. So, sudo apt install podman. That should cover it. It's going to be the one that comes with the image, which is going to be old, but I don't care. Then we'll be able to update it. So we're using podman instead of Docker for all this, the obvious reasons. Docker's dead. Even though podman support is experimental in kind of Minikube. But we are not going to use kind and Minikube any longer. We don't need it. Minikube we will use, but for this particular part, we're gonna run this without Minikube. I mean, the Keycloak server, we're gonna use podman, which is a one-liner, and we cut and paste that in. Короче, я разобрался. Oh. Okay, so podman-h. All right, so let's do the podman command, which I can cut and paste from the podman install line. Find no, boost no. Where's the podman page? Podman, where are you? Podman. Oh yeah. Install podman. Did I say podman? What am I talking about? I'm Keycloak. We're looking for Keycloak. Here we go. Keycloak has full support for podman, so we'll double click this here. We don't need to do anything special. We can just run that, and this will give us a reliable Keycloak server to use for OIDC Connect coding that is running on a known host, namely this host, because podman automatically proxies everything through there. Now, I don't think I ran this from tmux, which is bad because, I mean, I should have done that from tmux. That's the whole point of doing that. I mistakenly did not do that. All right, so let's do that. It's like running a Minecraft server from tmux, same reason, same justification. So let's do that. Let's do tmux here. And now we can label this one Keycloak. This is how you run Minecraft servers, by the way, and be able to come back to them later. So this entire thing, this HPC stuff, I can come back and reattach to the Kubernetes session and pick up right where I left off. So we're going to do that. We're going to go up and we're going to do paste that same podman thing, and that'll run our Keycloak server. Now we're running in dev mode, which is why we can get away with running it in a single, tmux window, and stuff. So this is another reason to use Screen or tmux for this kind of thing. Let me give you an example of that. So let's say I detach, right? Oh no, what happened? Right? So let's say I get killed. I mean, my connection's killed. And So then I go back to this machine. I'm like, oh no, is my thing still running? Let's check. Tmux A attaches to the existing Tmux session. Boom, still there. So whether it's a Minecraft server or a test Keycloak server, same principle. You can go back and reattach, and that will save your ass. If you're in the middle of doing like a really extensive important backup and you're doing your remote work here, and somebody trips the power in your house, you'll be super glad you did that. We're gonna have a whole section on that when we talk about multiplexers like screen and TMUX later. So we're gonna put this here, and what are we gonna do here? This is gonna be, we've got our Keycloak, but now we need Minikube, right? Now Minikube runs in the background. It's a background process. We could have done it with Keycloak as well, but it's not. It's just as well having it in TMUX because we want to look at the logs and stuff. So, I mean, we could have redirected them and all kinds of stuff and, made a background of the job and restart it and all that, but we're not going to do that. We're going to cover that in process management, actually, eventually. We don't have anything to in the beginner boost. Okay, so now we have Minikube here, and we're gonna run Minikube, and I think we already have one started, actually. Is it list? And namespace, runner, kubectl not found. Oh, damn. We don't have we don't have a kubectl installed either. Got to get that. Without TMUX server, even if, yeah. After you've been using it for a little while, yeah. I use this as my manager, my window manager as well. I do cut and paste a lot. Kubeconfig is now, wait, what? Do I have kubectl? Don't call it that, please. I'm not installing it with Snap. All right, so the best way to install, let's go back over here. Probably Podman install. Best way, I actually have a Minikube installer. I mean, Keycloak, kubectl installer, the standard script. I actually have that already. I should probably just go use that. I don't know how updated it is. I have this already, yeah, for, because there's like so many ways to do it. This makes no snappy. Lol. So this is how to get the latest kubectl. And this actually does SSH56 authentication, so it checks the checksums and everything. Thankfully, I can copy that over. I can copy that installer, which I've already written for other reasons. I can copy that over to HPZ 640 now, and then I can go over here and use it. So I can just run it, install kubectl. I don't even think it has a root, if I remember right. So password is just password. And which cube, actually, I could probably just do K. Exec bash -l. It's not set because it wasn't there before. It should be now though. Okay, tab. Yep. Okay, so kubectl tab. There's my completion. I think my K completion is broken right now. Yeah, it is. That is something I gotta fix. Yeah. Completion. Take a peek at this real quick. There it is. Have K and complete. Yeah. Just a second here. Actually, let me just relog in. Yeah. I mean, yeah. No, it doesn't have a cell. Oh, it's using the alias. That's why. Yeah. Oh, it's not there. Well, no wonder. That's all it is? Okay. Exit kubectl. All right. Where's my path? Make directory.local. Find.local. Oh, damn. Yeah, that local bin. Okay, I use that because I can use it inside of VI and stuff. So bin sh exec kube ctl with all the arguments with white space safe arguments. Are you kidding me? I made a mistake. All right. I don't know what happened, but I can't read it. I don't know why. Am I in root or something? Oh, damn. Then, how about this? Move temp-foo local bin k schmox dot local bin k exec bash dash l k tab. Yay! All right, so we got it, and your k get pods. I don't. Oh God. I can get server API group list. Yeah, HTTP. It can't talk to the HTTP server. Yeah. What is this 192.168 stuff? Interesting. I'm wondering if that's localized or not. It's going to be interesting because that's the same. Oh no, it's a completely different subnet. Yeah, because we're doing SAS24 on the other stuff, so this should be safe. Okay. The problem is that we haven't. Minikube did not have authentication mechanism, so I need to do kubeconfig equals whatever the hell. Yeah. So minikube info, minikube service. I don't use minikube very much. Help me. Logs, IP cache, podman environment. Configure environment, use Minikube's podman service. Minikube has a podman service? I guess it does. That's right. You can use Minikube as a podman container registry because it kind of comes with one. I forgot all about that. Status stop dashboard, access to dashboard using Minikube cluster. Okay. So I don't think we have that. Oh, it's all stopped. Yeah, Minikube start. There we go. So it already copied it down, everything. That's because we rebooted, actually. So I still had the other one. So Minikube 1.30. Starting the control plane. And again, we're going to set up the OIDC connect stuff and try to get that going on. Do I use Kubernetes to orchestrate microservice? So do you have a favorite message broker? We don't have a favorite message broker. We use Istio as a mesh. And yeah, we just maintain a Kubernetes cluster for supporting mostly website hosting, stuff like that, APIs and stuff. But no, we don't have a favorite messaging broker. I don't have one. I know people that use it, but we don't. Verifying Kubernetes components, Minikube cluster name defaults is called namespace. It's interesting that it actually see this. Okay, so you see the step where it actually changed the kubectl config. That is one of the biggest problems of this. We're actually going to be modifying this file with our program that we run, and there's stuff in here that you never ever want to show anybody because you got keys and stuff in here. But this is you have access to the cluster, so you can get to it anyway. So it's using SSH client key insert. Which is one of the many authentication strategies. It's actually, I think, one of the better ones because you can use it both for, you don't have the web involved, but we have to actually change our Minikube to support OIDC stuff. And I mean, that's using the users. That's not really a namespace authentication token of any kind. So, so we're making progress. We got to do some of the other stuff here. I got our mini cube up. And I'm sure get pods will show us stuff. There's nothing there. But if we do get pods -a, and give us our kube system stuff, you can see it all running happy. My about page. Why do I have a draft producer? Because it's for beginners. It means beginners. Yeah, it means beginners. You click on it, it's like for beginners, like the boost. Yeah, I know it's definitely for that, but all right. So let's so we have etcd running on here. It's in its own kube system, which is kind of interesting that etcd is running as a service inside of Kubernetes, which you would never do in a production environment. I mean, maybe you would, I don't know. So this is a single node cluster, so we could probably use a multi-node cluster, but we don't care. Again, we're just trying to make it so we can create an authentication mechanism to this, and that then becomes a matter of the RBAC rules and stuff for Keycloak. And so, I mean, we made great progress. I think it's time for me to take a break. This might be a bigger break because we've done a lot today. I mean, this is like 4 or 5 hours of work. And again, the point is we want to get to the point where we're writing the Go code to do the next part of it. So we've got our infrastructure up and running now, ready to do the rest of this, and it's all in a TMUX session, so I can just pop up the TMUX session. It can run overnight. Make network APIs? No, I make lots of stuff. I'm an infrastructure engineer, platform engineer, Kubernetes-ish engineer. So, so this is, this is a mini cube, and then we have our Keycloak over here. So we actually have a Keycloak server running, and we have a kube system running. And the next thing to do, and I'm just going to read the instructions for us. If this turns out to be really super easy, we can just knock it out really quick. But the next thing we need to do is we set up the OIDC provider. We need to set up the OIDC provider. We have one, but we haven't set it up yet. We haven't set up a realm. We haven't got any users on it yet. And then we need to set up a local Kubernetes cluster. And then we've got a local Kubernetes cluster. The problem with it is that it's not, it's not set up to use OIDC Connect, right? So let's actually search what it would take to do that. So mini cube configured to use OIDC Connect. And I'm sure this has happened because people are doing testing for this kind of thing. Configure mini cube to use open. Okay, so we need to take this and put this into a document. And I already have one on this, so somewhere. Yeah. So, oops, maybe not. Oh wait, it's in the lab. That's right. So lab Kate's. What is it? What is it? Keycloak login. Keycloak login, and we're gonna do README. All right, so I'll put that one there. OpenID Connect authentication with Minikube. Sounds like there's a tutorial already, so let's go read that real quick. You can stay if you want. It's up to you. I'm just here all the time. So I mean, I've been streaming like 7 hours a day the last 4 days. So we're gonna do OpenID Connect authentication. Configure Minikube to use OpenID command thing. We're gonna read this, and if this turns to be easy, I want to get this. This will be a real success if we can get it to do this. The Kube API server Minikube can be configured for OpenID Connect authentication, and that the API server is the thing that needs to be started with these extra things, right? Oh, look, here it is right here. Extra config, API server authorization, mode RBAC, OIDC issuer. We need to figure out what our issuer is, our username. OIDC username claim and client ID. So the client, we don't need the client secret. It doesn't look like, which is fine. So, and note that as stated in the Kubernetes documentation for extra config, if you have server OIDC issue URL flag, only URLs which use the HTTPS scheme are accepted. So, the problem with this is that I think that we don't have that. I think we're using debug mode, and we are going to get, I don't think we're going to get what we think we're going to get. See how it says not secure? So we have to figure out how to get it to run. Yeah, call it night. Yep. So we can't run using the default method. We have to set up to use HTTPS, which means we can't just use the default container image. We have to use a Keycloak with a certificate. That means we have to create a root CA and use OpenSSL for that, and put that into Keycloak, and then so we can serve up HTTPS with that, and that will also have to be configured into the local keyring on the system, which is something we already have to do. And that's really good, because that's the specific thing that I'm trying to enable is TLS validation in my HTTP client calls to grab tokens over OIDC. So that is actually a really good place to stop, because tomorrow we're going to be all about the certificates, right? So tomorrow I'm going to be spending the entire time setting up certificates and making sure that the login mechanisms work using the certificates before we even crack open the Go code. And that is going to be the core. So, and I don't even want to do the research on what's required to do, because the rest of this is useless until I get a Keycloak server that's running under HTTPS. If it's not doing that, then I can't do it. And the default for Keycloak is not doing that. Now, it could be that the answer to that is really easy. Let me ask this one already. I think, didn't I already ask that one? Yeah. So let's actually do another bit of research. So run Keycloak under HTTPS. Now, probably one of the reasons for it doesn't do that is I could put an Nginx ingress in front of it, or if we're running under Istio, I wonder how hard it would be actually to install Istio. It would probably be, it's just with Istio, it's not as hard. How to secure Keycloak with HTTPS. I don't know. Let's just read this really quick. June 4th. That's pretty recent, actually. Go ahead and add the document. Add to our notes. Add that to the notes. And go back here. So when it comes to Keycloak, an open source identity and access management solution, use HTTPS is a crucial step to protect your credentials. No shit. Firstly, if you're new to Keycloak, it's powered by Quarkus. That's what we're using. Recommend having a look at the following article, Getting Started with Keycloak, powered by Quarkus. By using HTTPS, you can ensure that all communication between Keycloak server and clients is encrypted. And no shit. Why do you keep saying that? This is essentially important for using Keycloak to manage user authentication. You've said it like 5 times. Enable HTTPS in Keycloak is a straightforward process. No, it's not. Or you would have told me how to do it already. Here's a step-by-step guide. Create and obtain an SSL certificate. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna have this. This is the thing that everybody complains about. So, in fact, somebody yesterday complained about this step, because you have to open up the container, go into it, and Java has a key store, a JKS. You got to put it in, and that's a pain in the butt apparently. So that part of updating Keycloak is not fun. Before you enable HTTPS and Keycloak, you need to obtain an SSL cert from a trusted cert authority. You can purchase a certificate from a commercial CA, request a free certificate from Let's Encrypt, or use a self-signed certificate. Now, if you have a self-signed certificate, you still need a root CA. So I don't think you can self-sign a CA for Keycloak. And in our case at work, obviously, we have a CA. We have a cert that we use. We'll create a self-signed cert. You can use the Java key store. For this purpose or a PEM file, okay. And yeah, so we yeah. I think Java key store is secure Keycloak. No, we need to make a PEM file with OpenSSL. And it's been a while since I've done that. I did it last year, but HTTPS for development apparently. No, you can't. I mean, you can for development, but you can't. You can't for what I want to do. I want to write a login that has enable TLS enabled, and if it's not running, I can't do it. So I need it. I actually need it for the development I'm doing, because the development is directly related to TLS. So there we go. Key tool, GenPair. I wonder if that's already in the Keycloak image, actually. Let's check that. So it could be that that stuff is in the image already. So that would be podman exec it crazy blackburn bash. All right, so we have bash on here, and we might already have key tool in this image. Maybe not. Does it look like we do? Which command I found? What the hell? Oh, okay, so there is a key tool. Key tool -H. Ooh, nice. We can use the preferred tool for management for the certs while on the image, right? That's nice, because then I can just save the image for purposes. All of this can be automated eventually with Ansible or something, but for right now, we're just going to go ahead and add that. So it says, next rebuild your Keycloak configuration, kc.sh build, /l. Is there like a home? I mean, how would we even do that? kc.sh. There isn't one. Okay, so there's probably not a find on here. No, there's not. Yeah, it's a really bare bones Red Hat image. We already looked at that the other day. Gen key pair alias localhost. You can't use localhost, actually. In our test, we're going to need to use proper DNS names. Yeah, and we are not going to. We're probably going to be using hard-coded IPs in our testing thing, and I don't know if they have if using a domain host name is going to work, or if it has to be issued from DNS. I don't know, but I think we get away with putting our IP address into the generated CA. For that. This is stuff I don't know, but I'm gonna have to read about this. Yeah, key server, blah, server administrator, Acme GB, key pass secret, store pass secret. You should never put those on the command line. There's got to be another way. Next, rebuild your Keycloak configuration. Server key store into the conf folder in your installation. Keycloak will assume you want to use the file. If you want to copy the server key store into the conf folder, Keycloak will assume that's what you want to use. And then when you explicitly disable the default HTTP protocol with HTTP enabled set to false, wait. Okay, so if you don't do that, is it going to make you one? I don't even know how to set up configuration on the command. I mean, we'll have to go read about that. All right, that's enough for today. We're going to be doing some research on Keycloak configuration for certs when we come back in the next session. We're going to leave it off at that. I'm going to go ahead and raid either a music streamer or somebody who's doing something fun in the tech world. But that's all that's all the streaming I'm going to do today. I'm going to relax. I'm pretty tired. And y'all have a good time out there on YouTube.